Good morning. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today is Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. The time is 9:12 a.m. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel today are, to my left is Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. To my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We also have observers today. We have new board members, Mrs. Carolyn Stapleton and Mr. Danny Byra, who will be observing the process this morning. We are seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I would like for the staff here at DOC headquarters to introduce themselves for the record.
Jerry Thompson, Cheryl, Carla Williams.
And our first remote location this morning is at Ouachita Parish Detention Center with staff at Ouachita introduce themselves for the record.
Good morning, Deputy Marshal.
Good morning, Deputy Marchand. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And is this Mr. THIELS?
THIELS, yes, ma'am.
Mr. THIELS, I'm sorry.
It's
Would you
okay.
introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name is Jason Patrick THIELS. My DOC number is 710643.
And Mr. THIELS, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated January 10th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
So according to that, you're not eligible for appointing counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning with the parole revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Teal, I'm going to read the allegations against you, ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on asking you some questions. At the end, you'll be allowed to make a statement if you'd like to before we vote.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. The first is condition number 4, and it reads, you fail to refrain from criminal activity. On August 15, 2023, you were arrested for possession of Schedule 2 methamphetamine. How do you plead to violating condition number 4 in that instance?
Guilty.
And then the second number 4 reads, you failed to remain from criminal activity. On August 15th, you were arrested for possession of Schedule 2 methamphetamine. During the arrest, you admitted to using methamphetamine the night before. So how do you plead there?
Guilty.
So, Mr. Teals, why are we here then if you plead guilty to those violations?
I'm just here to try to get the hold lifted off of my revocation. I've been here 7 months, and the state dropped the charges on December the 12th. They didn't proceed with anything. And I'm just here at the mercy of the parole board so that I can get out and try to continue with my life. I'm a musician. I have songs on the local radio stations here. I have a YouTube channel that I have several followers on. I was just where I live at the last 3 years that I have done in jail before this time, I lost over $300-something thousand worth of stuff, which I have just pretty much left to be done with and move on with my life. I'm trying to I'm not a rebellious type person. I don't believe in retaliation. I just believe in being a good person and trying to go on with my life. Well, at the time this happened, I had a friend of mine show up that I had met while I was incarcerated, and he was a very good electrician while we were in jail working together because I'm a trustee. I work here as a trustee in Ouachita Parish Correctional Center. And well, last time I was incarcerated, a lot of the thieves had stolen a lot of the wires and the cables from my shops and my barns. This man was going to help me. I didn't know that he had done relapsed and was using methamphetamine. And since he was there to help me, I partaked with the man so that it was going to hopefully keep us on the same wavelength. I was going to get some things done and we'd go on about our business. And it just happened that probation and parole had came up the day of this happening. And it is what it is, and I'm not denying that.
Feels you want to get on with your life, and I noticed when I look at your record, I do see the state dismissed the charges in December. But you've had some positive drug screens while you've been on supervision, so do you think you have a drug problem?
No, ma'am. The deal with that drug screen is I know that I was clean the first time that I had a drug screen, but the drug screen that they gave me, it failed for everything on the strip that day. I do not smoke weed. I do not take pills. I admitted before that 3 weeks
Right.
prior that I had used a substance with another friend of mine, but I've never had a problem with any kind of narcotics or alcohol. I've always worked offshore. I've always been a person of my statue and keeping my morals and keeping my work ethic. I've never let those type of things get a control of my life.
Right, I get that, but you seem to me that regardless of what you say, it's a drug problem. Can't say no.
Well, I've been here 7 months and this is a very good place to get sobriety. So I would like to be able to prove to the parole board that this would not be an issue anymore if I'm granted a chance to reinstate myself into society.
All right, so let's see, you have a full-term date, August of 2026, and you've been in jail since August?
Yes, ma'am, since August the 15th of 2023, which is, I've been here 5 days into the 7th month.
Why do you think we ought to give you a pass?
Just on hope and belief and being a good-hearted person and taking a chance. I'm asking for you guys to take a chance on me. I have a lot going on. I've missed several chances at being able to go on The Voice to better my life. 2014, I wrote a song here at my home and I had a chance to put it on the radio. It made the most requested song ever on 107.5 radio station. And ever since then, it's life's been trying to knock me down. And I've always been a fighter and I'm gonna keep trying to fight to get to my potential of what God wants me to be.
You gotta leave the drugs alone.
Yes, ma'am. That is a fact.
Deputy Marchand, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. THIELS? Do you know him?
Oh, yes, ma'am. He's been coming here since I've been here. I believe our maintenance crew, as soon as he clears the door, requests us because he's one of our best workers of all time. But yeah, he's never been a problem in the 10+ years I've known him.
So Mr. THIELS, why are you classified as a third felony offender?
Because I done something that I never should have done. And I took a plea agreement and I never should have done that. I've never taken plea agreements before in my life, but at the time this happened to me, I was running my own business. I had got involved with a young lady. I had been celibate for over 2.5 years. And then after I started getting publicity from what happened with my music when I put it on the radio, at that point in time in 2014, I got involved with a young lady that was a very beautiful person, but I had never been around drugs and alcohol like this in my life because I've always worked offshore. I worked offshore for over 15 years. And prior to that, I worked pipeline and I was always gone. I was born and raised on a 500-acre cattle ranch. I have very strong work ethic. I come from a very good family. Well, when I got involved with this young lady and realized she was a bad apple, it was hard to get away from her. She was trying to trap me and take everything that I had. And everything that I'm speaking on, you can go to my YouTube channel and see my whole dialogue and watch my videos of me doing welding work and my place and my property. And I'll even have a music video that I made myself that backs up all this. Well, when that happened, this young lady was trying to rob me. I finally got away from her, but it was very hard to get away from her. And when I did, she got mad, retaliated, and told and lied on me for 7 different felonies. And I got arrested. And due to a prior history and a bad divorce that I had in 2010 from me and my ex-wife arguing and getting into some altercations, it was very hard to plead my case.
Right. So what about the aggravated assault with firearm?
This young lady told the people that I put a 9mm to her head, pulled the trigger, and she ducked the bullet. I've never owned a 9mm in my life. When this happened,
All right, let's move on.
okay.
All right, Mr.
Have you ever,
Go ahead, go ahead.
have you ever gotten any treatment inside DLC?
No, sir. I've just always went to work. I'm a certified welder, electrician, and plumber. So usually when I come here, I just go straight to work and work with these guys and just.
That's the problem. You're not getting any help. You need help. You keep saying you're not a drug addict, but obviously you are. Point blank in the story. I mean, we never all want to admit it, but if you've used that many times, you're a drug addict. And you can't tell a friend no, you're a drug addict. So that's why I'm asking if you ever gotten any treatment. So you never got any long-term treatment in DLC?
No, sir. No, I have never
Okay.
been issued any.
Be open to that.
Sir,
You be open to go and get some treatment.
sure, I have no problem with that, sir.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Fields, I think we're prepared to vote. I think you answered the question that we were all seeking.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think you have not acknowledged that you have an issue. You're more worried about going out and doing your music and whatever, but I want to give you a break. My vote today would be, in lieu of revocation, send you to a DOC facility that has substance abuse treatment so that you can get some tools in your tool chest to be successful when you get out of here. So, so you must complete that substance abuse treatment program. And then after release, I'm going to add the condition, you comply with any treatment plan that is recommended by that service provider. And you have a curfew, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Fields, I want you to be successful. You have a good background, you have good prospects,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
until you admit that you may have a problem with drugs, let's just get that taken care of so we don't see you again. I'm voting with my colleague in lieu of revocation. I want you to go to get some DOC programming and substance abuse. And so I don't see you as a fourth felony. Okay?
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Ms. Ledoux, I agree with them. Go in there, learn what you can. Maybe while you're there, you'll realize that you do have a little problem. And I think if you take care of that problem, you can be successful. Drugs is your problem. Okay, whether you know it or not, you will know it after you go to our treatments. And so that's my vote.
All right, so Mr. Teals, we're gonna get you some help and then hope you can go out and be successful. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Deputy Marchand, I think that, yes, concludes our business at Ouachita. Thanks for accommodating us this morning.
Man.
Yeah.
Good morning, Committee on Parole. Prison today is March 20th, 2024. It is 9:28 a.m.
I'm gonna get Mr. Coleman. Give me one moment.
Yeah, could you, sir, first, could you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. My name's Deputy First Class Molinary in St. Tammany.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Eddie Coleman.
Oh, I like this intercom system.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Coleman. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the parole panel? Tell us your name and DOC number.
How you doing? My name Eddie Coleman. My DOC number 541864.
All right, Mr. Coleman, and do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you? Piece of paper?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated July 7th of 2023?
No, ma'am. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me get back there. Let me just ask you some questions. So, Mr. Coleman, have you been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Have?
Um,
Are you currently taking any mental health medication?
no, ma'am.
Do you understand the parole violations charged against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you want to speak on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to proceed? According to the Supreme Court guidelines, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed with your revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then I'm going to ask you for a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then Mrs. Ledoux will be asking you some questions. Okay? You ready?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically rule number 4. On July 5th, 2023, you were arrested by St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with domestic abuse battery. You pled guilty to the amended charges to include disturbing the peace and simple criminal damage to property less than $1,000 on or about January 8, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
I'm really not sure. Not guilty, ma'am.
Not guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you answer Mrs. Ledoux's questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Coleman. So today, just now, you pled not guilty to that violation. However, you did plead guilty to disturbing the peace and simple criminal damage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you pled guilty to that and you say you're not guilty.
I plead guilty to disturbing the peace, and because I was incarcerated and I was ready to move on with my life.
And who gave you that advice that you should do that? Did anyone advise you, or that just felt like the right thing to do?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I have a family, and it just, I'm just ready to, put this behind me.
Okay, so when you say you have a family, who are you talking about?
I have immediate family. I have a mother. I have a sister, and I have a niece, a nephew, and a little
Okay.
brother.
Okay. When you were released, what was the address that you gave probation and parole? This is your address.
Slidell, Louisiana, 70164, 37166 West Pine Hill Drive.
Okay. When you were arrested at your residence, what address were you arrested at?
The same address that I paroled to.
Okay, so you were in the same place as when you released from supervision, you stayed at that location.
Yes, ma'am.
Sierra Burris is your victim in this case. Did she cohabitate with you at that location? Were y'all living together?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. She stood there once before, but that was years ago.
That was the next question. How long have you known this individual?
About 4 to 5 years.
So how old is Sierra?
Excuse me.
How old is Sierra?
Oh, she's 24.
And so she stayed there previously with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any children with her?
No, ma'am.
I read in the file where you indicated to the police during the altercation that you had filed charges against her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What's happened with those charges?
She was put on probation.
So she was, so she actually went to court for those charges.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are released, where would you live?
I can, excuse me. I can hear
The
you.
same place?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And where is Sierra living?
I'm not sure.
You don't have any contact.
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna turn this over to you also.
So you don't have any relationship with her now? Sierra,
Excuse me?
do you have a relationship with Sierra now?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're classified as a third felony offender, and why do you think we ought to give you a break today?
I've been working. I mean, I'm always at home. I'm always where I'm supposed to be. And I'm working. I'm trying to go to school for and get my CDL, not CDL, CDLs, and I'm just trying to, I just want to go back to work.
So have you ever had any classes to help you understand anger management?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Have you ever had any anger management classes?
Yes, ma'am.
So what should you have done in this situation?
Stay calm.
I don't have any further questions.
I haven't even.
All right, so anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
No, ma'am.
Prepared to vote. I was just looking.
Mr. Coleman, I don't want to reward you for your lack of control in the situation. I also don't want to penalize you. In some regards, but I do think that you need to understand the severity of what happened. My vote today is in lieu of revocation for you to go and get some more anger management.
In silence. She said in lieu of revocation, get some anger management.
Okay, Mr. Coleman, you know, the argument continued. It started at one place and went to another. So y'all definitely have relationship problems. You say you're not having anything to do with her anymore?
Not at this moment. I'm on parole and I can't take the chance of ruining that for myself.
That's pretty smart. That's pretty smart, because I could promise you one more of these and you wouldn't be revoked. My vote today, I'm gonna go along with her. I'm gonna vote that you get some anger management. The probation officer get it for you. I'm also gonna put the condition on you that you stay away from her. What's her name?
Sierra.
Sarah Burrs. I want you to stay away from her. No contact with her. Because this is what led to your problems. And if she keeps bothering you, and I see where she went to work a lot, let the law handle it. Do not take it into your hands, call the law. You got to get a restraining order given. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Coleman, and I do concur with my colleagues. I think you need some tools to be able to make good decisions when you get mad. So my vote today, I think this is a do not revoke, but enroll in complete anger management. Your parole officer will help you do that with the same special conditions outlined by Mr. Freeman and Mrs. Ladue. You understand all that?
Yes, ma'am.
We're not going to revoke you. Go get you some anger management classes and stay away from her. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thanks, son.
I'm done.
Sir. I mean, one of y'all vote. You got to work out.
All right, I got her.
Down, let's go. Charlie, 800. Ready? Should be.
All right, we're ready for Mr. Sharp. We can see your keyboard. That's all we can see. Now we see you. Oh, you're moving, okay.
How you doing? I'm heading to the other building for Mr. Sharp.
Okay, thank you. Question. Yeah, me too. I've been wondering, and she's. That's okay. You saw this? Yes. Oh, okay. He's supposed to have one. So, he has a lawyer.
You know, unmute. Just make it screen, but yes, sir. Trying to make the screen bigger here.
Ready. All right.
See, there I am.
Yep, there you are. There we are. How are you?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy First Class Molinary with St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office. I have Mr. Sharp here for you.
Mr. Sharp,
Well,
would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Brian Sharp, DOC number 296729.
And are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
Who is Mr. Gavin Richard?
Oh, that was my attorney, that was my attorney at, in court.
Okay, so you're not expecting him today?
No, ma'am, I hadn't heard anything.
So you've not had no contact with him in
Mm.
regards to your revocation hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have the revocation questionnaire there with you, in front of you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That's your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that during your questioning, to answer that questionnaire, it was determined that you're not, due to your ability to read, write, and understand the English language, and your understanding your rights and the violations alleged to have occurred, you're not eligible for appointed counsel.
Right.
You
Okay.
know, so are you ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Sharp, I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then the plea of guilty or not guilty, and then Mrs. Ledoux will be asking you some questions. Before, I want you to know, we did have this morning contact with Michelle Wagner and Kodiak Jack, who intended to participate. We're trying to reach them, but the number they gave us is not working. So, I'm not sure that they'll be able to be here, but they did express an interest in support, for your information. So, Mr. Sharp, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically number 4. You did not refrain from criminal activity, which is evidenced by your arrest on June 14th, 2023 by St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office. You were charged with domestic abuse, battery, with child endangerment. On January 22nd of this year, 2024, you pled to a lesser charge of disturbing the peace. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Okay. Would you answer Mrs. Ledoux's questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Sharp. I would like to note, just for the record, that you are a 5th felony offender.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on, did the parole board grant you parole?
Yes, ma'am.
So when did you have that hearing and they granted you parole?
They granted my parole in January of last year. No, December of last year before, of 22. Yeah, 22.
Okay, I'm just pointing that out. I know when you were paroled. I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah. I think it was 22. Yeah.
back here today.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, that doesn't look good.
I know, ma'am. And I was having a rough go, to be honest with you, because y'all, I know about my mental health background, and I've tried. It took me almost 3 months to get an appointment, and I ended up having to put myself in a hospital for 2 weeks to try to get some meds, and I was just being off those meds for so long, I didn't realize how bad my mental health has got without them. And I was trying to work, and it was just taking a toll on me.
So when you were released, were you given a prescription when you were released from DOC custody for your meds?
They gave me like a 2-week supply. That was it. When I left the prison I was at, the detention center I was at, that's all I had was 2 weeks.
And they didn't set up an appointment for you to have mental health appointment right away?
Yeah, it was set up, but it was like 2 months away because they were so backed up for the state place I was going to.
Okay. You know,
and I'm not using that as that's not an excuse. It's just to be honest with you, I didn't realize how bad it's gotten without the meds.
so, but you did put your hands on is it now wife or is it still girlfriend?
No, we never got married.
Okay, so you were pretty violent towards your girlfriend.
I was, to be honest with you, I don't remember a lot of it, but they said I said a lot of awful things, and we got in an argument over bills because because I come home and just went straight to work, and just things were just piling up, and I just wasn't mentally equipped for everything. Yeah.
So have you taken any kind of anger management, or what other skills did you acquire in prison to help you be on the street?
I took Cage of Rage. I took parenting classes on that, you know, and I've learned some self-help groups with my anxiety, you know, and to help me when I'm, you know, getting at a point of, you know, I know something's not right, you know, in my head, doing certain exercises.
So you were picked up around June, right? 14th, that's when you were detained.
Yes, ma'am.
So have you seen a mental health professional while you've been incarcerated this time?
Yes, while I'm here, and I'm back on my meds and everything now on here. And I was, you know, and I feel a lot better, because at one point the kids even videoed me just walking around in the middle of the night. I don't even remember this, like hallucinating. I was crawling on the floor and banging on the doors and just talking. And I don't even remember this. They videoed it. I don't even remember that. That's why I checked myself in a facility for 2 weeks, you know, because I knew something was not right.
Can you, do you feel comfortable divulging what your diagnosis is?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your diagnosis?
PTSD, dual personality, anxiety. I also, when I went and got checked, when I went in the hospital, they checked, they did an EKG and stuff on my brain, an EEG, and they seen some, you know, some brain matter, not matter, but I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry. But
Okay.
I've got it written down here, but they found something on my brain, an organic on my brain, and they changed my meds, you know, and it was just so difficult trying for state facility when you don't have around here, you know, could afford a regular psychiatrist to be on the state. It's so hard. I'm sorry. Let me grab this real quick, if you don't mind. But it's so hard to get, you know, if you don't have a regular physician.
Okay, so is there any, I see where you're on, and this is, I want this not to be taken as, this is the reason I'm looking at it, but let's talk about your previous criminal history. Do you have any other crimes of violence in your history?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And this is not, that's not who I am doing something like this. And like I said, I feel, you just don't believe how guilty I feel, how everything, I feel bad about all this. And because they do so much for me and take care of me and stood by my side all these years, and it's just, and still with me, you know, and I don't mean to act like that. It's just, I don't know. To be honest with you, like I said, some of it I really don't remember. Because it's like I blacked out, like just like when they videoed me that, you know, like a week prior to this, actually like 4 days prior to this, when I was in the middle of the night just walking around the house, you know, I would open and close door, just stand there and just walk around and actually crawling on the floor. And I don't remember this at all until they showed me the video. You know, and that's, like I said, that's why I went in the hospital, and I don't know. I don't understand it. Even when I came here, when I first come here, I was hallucinating. I was thinking of Michelle and the kids were here, and I was thinking there's my favorite dog of all things was in my wall, and I was trying to crawl and grab at the wall.
Okay, so you had a 5-year relationship with Michelle?
Yes, and I've known her longer than that because our parents both were social workers together, so we grew up together and went to school. Our mothers were good friends.
Ms. Renatza, I'd like to go into executive session to discuss some confidential matters.
Let me just ask a question. Explain to me again about the meds, because I sat at your parole hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
And I do remember that we said you had to go to AA meetings once a week.
Right now, I was doing that.
and that you had to comply with your mental health medication. So you say when you were discharged, and that was when were you released?
Actually, when it finally,
December of 22. And so you got a 2-week supply of meds.
it actually was January before I got out.
Okay, so it was January.
Yes, ma'am.
And you got a 2-week supply of medication, and you didn't see your appointment was not till what, March?
Yeah.
And then this happened in June. So
Right.
when you went in March, you didn't get your meds?
No, they gave me some meds, but they didn't give me enough. It was just like a little trial. That's all I did. I just seen a caseworker and a social worker. They wrote me out. I told them what I usually take, and they gave it. And I still didn't actually see a real psychiatrist because they pushed that, but I had to see that next.
Yeah, when was that appointment?
That was before. Well, I ended up going in the hospital, but it was like before I went to jail. Before I got arrested, it was like in June.
Okay, we have a motion for executive session in a second. Could you do the roll call, please?
Cheryl Nelson.
Yes.
Pete Freeman.
Yes.
Gary Ledoux.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sharp, we're going to be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters, so stand by. We'll be back with you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see myself ever eating that.
I use that steak. No. Yeah, it's like that. They get here at daylight and do that.
Put it this way, if the answer was, you fucked, you could have come back with it. The longer they take to talk, that chance you got. Back to how it is with juries. The longer they out, the better chance of a not guilty or less charge.
I got 12 years old. My phone is not very.
You what?
I said, my family's not very happy with it.
They do let you go. Get to help you eat, man.
I know.
Delta 2, security enter gate. Delta 6, over the
All right,
honor.
Mr. Carr, we have been able, we didn't do our executive session yet, but because we now have had contact with Michelle, and she's on the phone. She couldn't get into Zoom, so we're gonna put her on the speaker phone because we have some questions. We want to hear what she has to say, and we have some questions for her. Okay? All right, Ms. Wagner, can you hear us? Would you introduce yourself for the record, ma'am? Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Would you introduce yourself for the record? We need you to state your name. Michelle? Yes, can you state your name for the record?
Tell us your name, please.
Ms. Wagner?
Michelle Wagner.
There you go. And your relationship to Mr. Sharp is what currently?
I was in a relationship with him for years, and I was part of this case.
Okay. And were you able to listen in to any of the Zoom hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So Mrs. Jerry Ledoux, the parole board member, was assigned Mr. Sharp's case. She would like to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay, that's right. And I have Cody and Jack here who would also like to speak on Brian's behalf.
Is there anything you'd like us to know first before we ask you any questions?
Okay, yes. I worked with the PA on this case when at the court hearing and stuff. I sat with them for a couple hours working on it with them. And they said they wanted what I wanted to happen with Brian. Okay, and I wanted the charges to be dropped. I thought this is his mental health problem. He was trying to seek help. He went into a place, he was working, he was trying to do good. And he was doing good with Kodiak, his son, our son together. It's our biological grandson, but I would like him to get out. I didn't realize that dropping it down to disturbing the peace was gonna violate his parole. Or I would have talked to the DA more about it, about not having any charge, because he had been in there for months, and I thought it was enough. He was trying to seek help, and I know he will, and I think he'll do okay if he gets into a place and everything, and go back to being a father to Kodiak, who's up on his behalf also.
Okay.
Michelle, at the time of the incident, there's a note in the police report that you said that you were scared of him. Do you have any fear of him when he is non-compliant with his medication?
You cut out. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You cut out for a minute.
When the police report was turned over to us, we noted that you said that you were scared of him at the time of the incident. Would that still be true if he is non-compliant?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out, and I don't know why.
We're gonna try it one more time.
Are you afraid of Mr. Sharp when he's not taking his
Let
medicine?
me move or something.
Can you hear?
Ma'am, you're cutting out. I can't hear you.
Are you afraid of Mr. Sharp when he is not taking his medication?
No, ma'am. I also put a protection order. I'm trying to get it dropped, but I haven't heard back from the DA about it. I didn't realize it was going to interfere with the relationship with Kodiak and stuff when I stated all that. I didn't actually state I was afraid of him. No, ma'am.
Okay, so you are aware that he needs constant mental health treatment
Yes,
and
ma'am.
medication.
I have my wish and all the rest of the family's wishes we would like Brian to be put in a mental health facility to where they can get him on the right medication or something like that when he can get out. He really needs that. And he could do the rest okay if that was taken care of. He was working. He had several jobs. Many people were trying to get him to work for him. He was trying to do good, but without that medication, it's just, it's bipolar stuff is a very difficult disease.
Right.
But he does need to be on medications and stuff. I wish he could be put in a facility, a long-term one, because they only do like a week now. He did go into Covington Behavioral Health for a week, but they didn't change his meds hardly at all and follow through with anything. So that's what our whole family wishes he could do. And then have a relationship with Kodiak. Kodiak can tell you how well was doing with him.
Okay, well, I think that you've answered the question that I had.
Okay.
Can we hear from Kodiak now?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Kodiak, here. They want to talk to you. Right here.
Hey, Kodiak,
Aisha.
is there, this is the revocation hearing. Would you like to tell us anything about your grandfather, Brian Sharp?
Yeah, so basically, he got like a few jobs, and he mostly got them to take care of our family, and he tried making a great bond with me, and I was a person in my family who had the greatest bond, so, and he kind of like has a mood disorder kind of thing, and he's a little bipolar, so, if he ever did come, no, but he never took it out on me.
Okay, so you're not afraid of him,
No.
and you'd like to see him back out of jail.
Yeah, he is my dad, and I would love to see him out of jail.
Okay, well, thank you so much for talking to us. We appreciate it. All right,
Will I be able to hear the rest of the hearing or what happens?
Mr. Sharp?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Just that like I said, I know I'm not using this as an excuse. I'm 53 now, and I didn't realize how bad, my health, like mental health is getting over the years. And I wish I didn't have to take meds. I wish I could live a normal life and get up, and not have stress and anxiety and have to worry about this. But when I'm on this, like I said, I work. I've got plenty of restaurants that I cook at. As soon as they found out I was home, I had 3 or 4 different restaurants like, come work for us, come work, and I realized then, being on the meds, that people really, I can be productive in society, and work, and cooking is what I enjoy doing. I finally, in my old age, I enjoy doing that even at home for Coda. I've taught Coda how to cook and everything, and he's making me breakfast sometimes in the mornings, and that was our little thing. And he's my little man, even though he's my grandson. He's like, we've had him since he was a little baby, and that's my boy. I would never do anything to hurt him, and I just want to be there for him and not let him go through the same things I go through, and just have a most normal life for him.
Mr. Sharp, you realize now that you'll have to do the medication probably likely for the rest of your life, and that you have to stay current with it.
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're ready to vote. Mrs. Ledoux?
Mr. Sharp, the best way to help you right now is for us to recommit you to DOC custody in a facility with mental health evaluation and treatment for a period of 6 months. And when you have that 6-month treatment, they want to get you on the right medication and then make sure that you have an appointment within 2 weeks of you getting back on the street. So there's no lapse in your treatment.
Right.
Don't be discouraged. 6 months is not going to be a long time for you to be educated about how to take care of yourself, to get a good relationship with a provider outside so that you don't have to go and check yourself into a hospital. We want to see that continuity. Do you understand? This is not a punishment. This is here to help you.
I understand. Trust me, I understand.
And and I know you're disappointed, but that is my vote today.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Sharp, well, first off, you have a fine family.
Yes.
Your grandson does need you. And your grandson needs you with your mind right. Cause y'all have a great future together and your wife, your friend also. So, my vote's gonna be the same. I know it's 6 months. They may, write us before that and say, we got his plan and we ready. You know, he's stable. He's ready to go. We're gonna leave it all up to Hunt. Okay? Leave it to the professional. It's not, I'm not revoking you. I'm just sending you a Hunt for this evaluation for 6 months. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I agree, Mr. Sharp, with everything my colleagues have said. We want to get you stable and get your plan and get your appointment set up so you can go have a good life with Kodiak.
No, and I said 6 months, but if they can do it in 4 months, but I don't want you getting out before you have enough time to have the medication. It's working, you're feeling great, and you have a relationship with someone on the outside to go immediately to, okay?
I have one question. You said I'll be going back to Elena Hunt.
Elaine Hunt.
What I mean, I'll be going back just as a regular inmate, just seeking mental health, or how would that work?
Yeah, to their mental health facility.
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't realize they had one there. That's why I was just.
Yeah, that's the premier city.
Yeah.
So they'll give you the help you need and get you set up.
So, do you know how long it would take for me to get over there?
No, we'll put it through today. We'll try to expedite.
All right, thank y'all. I really appreciate this.
Okay, I think that concludes our business at St. Tammany. Deputy Molinari, thanks so much for accommodating us and running across the compound. So appreciate it. Thanks. We're gonna sign off at 10:16.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank y'all.
All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Lafayette Parish Jail. It's 10:24 a.m. on March 20th, 2024. Would the staff there in Lafayette please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Bedell.
All right, thanks for accommodating us this morning. And is this Mr. TESSLING?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Zachary Tesing, 583311.
Okay, and Mr. Tesla, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, so you signed that form, let's see, January 4th.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it says something rescheduled to January 11th. Due to illness. Let me see this. Yeah, no, I got it. I see here. So based on the information and your answers to that question, it says it's determined that you're not eligible for appointed counsel. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
So are you ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. I'm going to read the allegations against you after separately. Each rule violation, you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on the questions after you plead, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. Condition number 1, you failed to report to the Lafayette District Office of Probation and Parole within 48 hours of your release on June 30th, 2023. You didn't report until July 17th, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 1?
I plead not guilty. I reported this.
We'll talk about it. We're going to do the pleas first, and then you can tell us the story, okay?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Then there's 2A, which says you failed to report for a scheduled appointment with your supervising officer on September 19, 2023. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty.
Okay. 2B, you failed to report to the Lafayette District Office during the following months, September, October, and November of 2023. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty.
3A, you failed to obtain permission to change your address of record on or about September 8, 2023. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay, 3B, you failed to obtain permission to leave the state of Louisiana as evidenced by your arrest on or about November 8, 2023 by Harris County Sheriff's Department in Houston. Your whereabouts were unknown until your arrest in the state of Texas on or about November 8, 2023. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty.
Okay, then there's 4. You have continued to engage in criminal conduct as evidenced by your arrest on or about November 8 in Harris County, Texas, for the offense of failure to identify to a police officer misrepresentation in case 2483477011010. You pled guilty on or about November 27, 2023. As charged and were sentenced to 20 days in the county jail. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Guilty.
Okay, then condition number 6, you failed to provide documentation of gainful employment to your supervising officer during this period of supervision. How do you plead to violating condition number 6?
Guilty.
And condition number 10, you have an arrears balance of $252 on your supervision fees. There's no record of any payments during your period of supervision. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
All right. So when I look at the record, Mr. Tessley, your failure to report, it seems that you said, and maybe this was in your preliminary hearing, you were homeless.
Yes, ma'am. I was homeless for a couple months after we had got evicted out of the apartment we was living in off of Hummingbird. And at the time I was homeless, I had started using. Well, I had been using since I had been out. I came home, I found out my father had passed away March 15th of last year. Now, in a month after my father passed away, my grandfather also passed away April 9th of last year. So that was like two close family members that passed away that was close to me. So, you know, I ain't find this out until I got released June 30th from Faraday from Concordia Parish. Being released 12:01 midnight, my little brother had picked me up, and that's when he ran the whole situation down to me, you know. But I still went report that same morning. I went report within the first 48 hours. 2 weeks after, I went report July 17th I went back to go do some more paperwork July 17th. That's the day of my birthday. And after that, I got hired at a few places like at the Cajun Dome. And from there, like, you know, things just got kind of rough for me. I kind of lost focus. You know, I lost focus. And
So you said you left from Concordia? Is that what you said?
yes, ma'am, I had got released from Concordia Parish June 30th of last year.
Right,
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
And when you were, is that where you did most of your time?
Yes,
Concordia?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How much time did you serve there?
I stayed in Concordia like 8 months, I want to say.
Did you take any programs?
Yes, ma'am. I was in the RSET program in Concordia.
All right, so let's talk about the RSAT program. So did you complete that program?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And so that when you got back out of jail, you started using again. When
Yes.
you got some disturbing news about family.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you leave Louisiana?
Well, my mom had moved away from after the apartment we had got evicted out of. My mom moved back. My mom moved to Houston, and she was living out her vehicle. And so, you know, that's why I went to Texas. I was concerned of her well-being in Houston, you know.
For
So
living on Hummingbird?
yes, ma'am. The apartment on Hummingbird. Yes, ma'am. And so I was concerned of her well-being. So that's why I went to Houston. I went to go check on her well-being.
And where were you living at the time?
I was living at my grandma's address out here, 3021 F Mills Road. That's the address I had gave Miss Brandon. I had gave Miss Brandon Bonner. My grandma, she keeps the electric paid and stuff. You know, for her grandkids, if we do need a place to live, she keeps the electric on and stuff back there off in Carencro, Louisiana. And but yes, ma'am, that's where I was at. And I did let Miss Brandon know that's where I was living.
And so you also admitted to the use of fentanyl.
Yes, ma'am, I
Do
OD'd.
you have a drug problem, Mr. TESSLING?
I ain't gonna say I have a drug problem, but I get easily influenced sometimes by some of the people I hang around. But yes, ma'am, I'm gonna say I can be easily influenced at times.
So you're in jail now because of your drug use?
No, right now I'm in jail because I lost focus.
Because you started using drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I think you have a drug problem. You gotta
Yes,
face
ma'am.
it. You gotta
Yes,
face
Yes, ma'am.
the RSAT program, but apparently you could benefit from some more help, it
Yes,
seems.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I could use some help. Yes, ma'am.
You have a history of revocation. You've been revoked, I think, at least 3 times.
Yes, ma'am.
What's gonna keep you from coming back to jail? Keep going back to jail.
Hold
You're
on.
you're a 5th offender. How old are you? 30?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna be 31 this year.
5th felony offender. Wow. What's your goals? You like it?
I want to get my barber's license. I want to get my CDL license. I want to start tattooing since I've been back in jail. This time I've started drawing, and I found out that I've actually have a good talent when it comes to drawing. So hopefully one day I can be working in somebody's tattoo shop or possibly own my own tattoo shop one day, and a barber shop too. I cut hair very good, and I also want to get my CDL license. I love, that's something I want to do. I want to travel the world one day.
Well,
Possibly,
good.
possibly when I get off of parole.
Well, Mr. Tesling, I think you need some help first. You're a high risk to reoffend, you're fifth felony offender, and you've got a history of revocation. You have, continued to use drugs, illegal drugs, while you're out. I think you need some help to address that issue and then go do those things that you said, that you have set goals for yourself.
Yes,
Some of
ma'am. And I also, I do want to attend, NA meetings and AA meetings. Like, they told me like if I attend these meetings for 6 months, I could become a sponsor. So that's something I'm willing to do too, you know?
Well, good.
Being,
Try to
being,
help others.
I can
Gotta
relate.
get yourself straight first. So, Mr. Tesling, I don't think my colleagues have any questions. We are prepared to vote. Is there anything you want to say to us before we do that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna vote first. And I
Okay.
think I know where I'm going. My vote today is to revoke your parole. You've got time to, I'm gonna make the recommendation that you, be afforded the opportunity for substance abuse treatment. You got time to do that. If you're given that opportunity, I encourage you to take advantage of it because you do have a drug problem and you need to get that under control before you can be successful in life.
Yes, ma'am.
My vote today is also to revoke, based on your high risk assessment and your failed parole conditions. Mr. Freeman?
I think you have a drug problem too, and you need to get rid of it because a fifth felony offender or sixth felony offender, even for drugs, you're looking at 20 years or more. And I don't know if you saw the new laws, but you'd be doing 15 of those 20 if you got them. So, you need to try to get yourself straight. We're not trying to hurt you. We're just trying to better prepare you to stay out. You don't have a 1 year left on supervision. You get off on the 25th. So my vote is to revoke also for absconding, supervision, and continued criminal activity.
Okay, Mr. Tesling, go work on yourself. Get yourself ready for release.
Yes,
Today,
ma'am.
we're going to revoke you, but we're going to give you an opportunity. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And that concludes our business in Lafayette. Thanks for accommodating us today. We're going to sign off at 10:37.
Thank you.
Marshall, two-thirds flow control, second and third.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We are at St. Landry Parish Jail. It is Wednesday, March 20th, 2024 at 10:43 a.m. Good morning, Mr. Mickens. Is there any staff member in the room with you? All right, your microphone's on mute, so if they would unmute the microphone and then have staff introduce themselves, and then we'll get to you, Mr. Mickens.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, all y'all.
Good morning.
Morning.
With staff, let me get staff to introduce themselves there, the officer with you.
Hi, my name is Sergeant Lazard.
All right, Sergeant Lazard, thanks for accommodating us today.
You are.
Mr. Mickens, introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number.
Brian Mckin.
It's your DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. 362825.
Yes, sir. And do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you?
With my papers?
Yeah, with your papers. Do you
Question
see?
like,
It says at the top, parole revocation questionnaire.
1 second, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
No.
Oh, this one right here.
Yes, the one that says you answer some questions about, have you been treated for mental illness? That's not it. Let me just ask you the questions again.
No, he doesn't have one.
Do y'all have his parole revocation? We're gonna put it on the screen for you. That's it. You see it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's your signature at the bottom, dated December 7th of 2023. You remember
Yes,
that?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
According
Yes,
to that questionnaire, and the guidelines with that questionnaire, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed this morning with your revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then Mr. Freeman, seated to my right, will be asking you some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 2. You failed to report for the months of April, May, June, July, August, September, October, and November 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
I'm guilty, ma'am. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, good. Condition number 3, you moved from your listed residence without the permission or knowledge of your parole officer and left the state of Louisiana without permission from your parole officer. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
I'm not gonna say I necessarily moved.
I need you to say
Guilty, ma'am. Guilty, ma'am.
You tell Mr. Freeman about it.
Yes, ma'am.
I ask
Yes,
him
ma'am.
questions. Condition number 6, you failed to provide proof of employment or active job search. How do you plead to violating number 6?
That's not true, ma'am. I gave it to her.
You're not guilty, sir.
Not guilty, ma'am. Not guilty.
Okay. Number 9 is you move from your listed residence, making home visits unattainable. How do you plead to violating number 9?
Guilty, ma'am.
Okay, and lastly, number 10, you failed to make any payments towards supervision fees and you're currently $441 in arrears. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Guilty, ma'am.
Okay, now would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
Mr. Mckin. So how long have you been in jail on this charge?
It's going on 5 months, sir.
5 months, okay.
Yes, sir.
And, you're a 12th felony offender and you've had trouble on parole. Tell me why you've had trouble on supervision.
I'm not no 12th offender, sir. They got that wrong.
They got that wrong. What are you?
I haven't been, this is my second time. I haven't been in DOC since 1995. This is my second time. I'm not a 12th offender.
It says 12.
No, that's not true.
Brian Mckin,
Oh, it must have been.
362825.
They must have had a 1 and then said deleting the
Okay. So you're a second?
Yes, sir. Since 95 was my first time. 22 was actually my second time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's better. That's better. 12th, I wasn't giving you much chance. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yes, sir. No, that's not true, sir. No, sir.
Okay. So why did you move to Houston? You didn't have nowhere to stay down here?
My sister kicked me out, sir. So what I did was Miss Chantel, my girl and my sister, provided her with my proof of employment. She told me she submitted it to y'all. The
Oh,
parole
man.
officer told me when I had my preliminary hearing, she had the papers. My sister made a copy that my job submitted to her, showing that I was currently employed.
Okay, good.
Texas.
Who
She
are
said-
you working with?
It's a man, Mr. Al and his wife, they work at their own house. I unload trucks and load trucks, but Miss Chantel said she gave y'all the papers.
I didn't see those papers. I
She
looked
said
up.
she
That's
submitted
fine,
to
that's
y'all.
fine. As long as you tell me that, I'm gonna believe you. You got a job to take.
Yes, sir. I'm
Got a
still,
resident.
I'm still employed, sir. They my job is steady contacting my girl, wanting to know when I'm coming home so I can go back to work. I'm still currently employed.
And, so that's your main violations. You get off in 2 months.
Yes,
That's-
sir.
Okay, I wanna make sure that's.
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir.
You get
I
off in
also,
2 months.
yes, sir. I also told her I make $20 an hour unloading and loading trucks, but she specifically told me at the preliminary hearing, the first week of December, she said, I got your papers that your sister sent to the office. I'm gonna submit them to y'all. She said they had found probable cause of them and she was gonna submit them to y'all. And she came Tuesday last week and told me when you go to the hearing that y'all had those papers that she submitted to y'all that I was currently employed right now.
All of the other stuff. But we got all that straight. I have no further questions.
All right, so you're working in Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did he have the icons?
No, we don't, he didn't do the ICOTS and he didn't do the travel,
Okay.
but he got thrown out, so he said he just left and went to Texas.
Yeah, I didn't have nowhere to go.
Is there anything else that you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Yes, ma'am, like, I would like to know when can I go back home and go to work? I want to go to
I know
work.
that's what you
I'm gonna
want.
answer those questions for you in just a
And
second.
I also want to do the right thing and by going to Ville Plat and submit my paperwork, transferring it over, so I won't put myself in this situation anymore.
Well, you're thinking correctly.
You are
I
thinking
want to,
correct.
I changed my life for the better and I want to continue doing the right thing.
All right,
That's
good deal.
good to
Well, we
hear.
gonna vote. Mr. Freeman's gonna be voting first.
All right, Mr. Mickens, and then I'm sorry that I called you a 12th offender, but that's what they
There's
had
no
on the
problem,
paper.
sir.
That's okay. Mr. Mickens, you hadn't done much else wrong. You never got arrested. You did go to Texas. You should have got permission. It's on your certificate.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Got permission from your probation officer first, but you've served 5 months for that. I don't
Thank
think
you,
you
sir, and I
make that
apologize
mistake
for that,
again.
sir.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna not revoke you to report to Ville Plat District when you get out. And they will probably have to give you travel permits till you get off in 2 months, because
Yes,
compact
sir.
60 days. But ask them for a travel permit so that you can keep working, and tell them that the board or Mr.
Yes,
Freeman
sir.
suggested that they give you a travel permit since compact won't work at
Yes,
job.
sir.
Okay,
And I do apologize.
that's no problem.
I'm happy to hear that you're doing things right. I look forward to you being a protected citizen. My vote is to do not revoke you
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
allow you to go to Texas and work.
Thank you, ma'am.
My vote is the same, so we'll get that.
Thank all y'all. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So when will I be leaving, ma'am?
We're gonna try to get the paperwork done as quickly as we can.
Next day or so.
All right?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, and so we're gonna sign off now. It is 10:52. Thanks for your help today.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank all y'all.
Okay, good job, congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you.
So make sure you get that, okay?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, how
Good now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hang tight, it'll be okay. Don't mess with it, it'll pop on, okay?
Mhm.
We will work it out. No, I was trying to see if, there's another male officer that's completely. That's all. Hey, Mr. Henderson, somehow I think you flipped the screen around.
Yeah, so like that. I press this.
I don't know, we're gonna have to get somebody in here to look at it, all right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not the tech savvy person.
How you doing? I can I can't hear you because they got you muted, but I just wanted to let you know I was on, okay?
I heard you.
Morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at St. John the Baptist Parish Prison. It is Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. It's 10:58 a.m. Is there any staff there in the room with you, Mr. Henderson?
No, ma'am, ain't no one here.
By yourself. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and proceed. Would you introduce yourself first? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Anton Henderson, DOC number 771426.
Sir, that's correct. And let me introduce the panel to you. My name is Cheryl Renatza. This is Mrs. Jerry Ledoux seated to my right, Mr. Pete Freeman seated to my left. You have counsel with you this morning. I'd like counsel to introduce herself for the record.
Antella Baker.
And we also have your mother, I believe, Miss Melba Parks, who's here, and she wants to speak on your behalf. So, Mr. Henderson, I'll read the allegations against you, after which we'll ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Mr. Freeman will have some questions for you. We'll hear from your mother, Miss Parks, and you'll be allowed to make a statement before we turn it over to Miss Baker for her presentation. All right, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, and it's condition number 4. And it states you engaged in criminal conduct as evidenced by your November 8, 2023 arrest by St. John Sheriff's Office for resisting an officer by flight, resisting an officer by flight, resisting an officer by refusing identity and domestic abuse battery. The video from the location at the time of the incident shows you striking the victim in her head. You did not appear to be in any danger or distress at that time. Docket 2023 MM 68426, St. John Parish, misdemeanor, domestic abuse battery, and 3 counts of resisting an officer. The domestic abuse battery was not processed, and you pled guilty to 3 counts of resisting an officer on December 11th, 2023. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
What is violating number 4? I don't understand.
All that I just read to you about criminal activity.
Not guilty. No, I don't think I'm guilty.
You say not guilty,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
Would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions?
Yes, ma'am. I will answer some more questions.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Henderson. Was this the first time you were arrested since you've been on supervision?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't get arrested in 11/8. This is when this happened. 11/8/23 is when this happened?
Yes, sir. That's my first time.
Okay, so you've been in jail since November?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, I got 2 questions for you, and I believe everybody wants to know. First off, what was the fight about between you and your girlfriend?
We wasn't really no fight. She called me early in the morning to come pick up from Baton Rouge, and I picked her up. And once we made it to the gas station, she talking about, well, that's my lick back from the other day. And then she went in the store, and I'm like, she went in the store. So I walked in the store, and she like, don't come in the people's store with all that playing. Wait till I get out the store. I'm telling her, I'm not about to wait till we get out of these people's store. They can't tell us how not to play with each other. We always play like this. I said, I'm getting my lick back. And I got my lick back, and then I ran out the store and jumped in the car. And I waited on her to get in the car. She got in the car. And then the police had pulled up on us. And then I'm like, me and her got out the car. We like, excuse me, officer, what y'all behind us for? They were like, because they say y'all was fighting. She said we was not fighting. We was playing in the store. We always play like that. And the man was like, I gotta take you to jail anyway, Mr. Henderson. So I got scared. I ain't gonna lie, officer. I got scared of jail. So I took off running from the cops. I'm not gonna lie about that. I ran from because I was scared of jail.
Yeah, you did run from the cops, but I mean, it was, we got video evidence. There definitely was a lot of arguing. They have video evidence of you hitting her. I mean, I'm getting your leg back, but that's not the way we do things, should do things in this society for sure. Okay, so were you under the influence of any alcohol or drugs at that time?
No, sir.
Did you have 2 shots?
No, sir. I don't drink.
Okay, you don't drink? Okay, you do any drugs?
No, sir.
You hadn't done any since you got out?
No, sir.
Is she here today to testify or not?
She's supposed to be on here. My wife, she was trying to get on. I don't know if she got on. I don't know if she on with my mother. I don't know. I know she's supposed to be on here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because we would definitely like to ask her some questions. So you charged with 3 counts. How many times did you run from? I know you ran.
I ran from about a gas station, and I had ran from by the gas station, from in a neighborhood when another officer seen me, told me, Mr. Henderson, stop running. You're making it worse. I took off running again, and then I had went by a job site where I used to work at, and I was just like, I was just hiding out right there. Then I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just give up. Just fuck it. I'm just gonna give up, bro. And I just went out there and gave up. And
okay. All right. Well, we got, like I said, I'm be honest with you, we got a little bit conflicting video evidence from what you're saying. I have further questions.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, we'd like to hear from your mother, Ms. Melba Parks. Ms. Parks.
Hi, I'm here.
All right.
I'm Melba Parks. I'm Melba Parks. I'm Anton Henderson, mom. I had went to the site that day. Well, first of all, I want to introduce myself. I'm his mom, and I just want to speak on his behalf. I don't know, would this help? But I went out to the scene that day because I was on the phone with him that whole morning, and I know that they didn't have a problem because I talked to her. I spoke with her prior to them headed to LaPlace. He went to give her a ride before he go to work, and I spoke with him and her because he asked me for gas money, and this is her calling me right now, and I know we on the Zoom meeting. But she tried to get me to come pick her up, but I didn't know the exact location just now where she was at, so she can get on Zoom with me. But anyway, finish with the conversation. I had spoke with both of them that day, and it wasn't no fussing or they wasn't like into no argument that I know of. Only thing that I heard was, she saying that they was on their way and she was going to another job to look for, because her client, I think whoever she was working with, she lost the client. So she was going somewhere else looking for another job. So it wasn't no bickering that I heard that morning. So then that evening, about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, that morning, I get another call, and that's her telling me that the police had them. I'm like, for what? And she like, well, we was playing with each other at the store, and she said the cops just rolled up on side of us and said that somebody called the police and said that we was out here fighting. Long story short, when I went there and I arrived and I spoke to the police officer, he told me that Mr. Henderson gave him his ID and identified himself. I said, well, why is you charging him with fleet for officer? Because this is at the time now that the officer, they have him on another street. So I'm talking to the officer that originally had stopped him. So he was telling me that they had got a call or whatever about them fighting. And he wanted to explain to me that he was going to give Antone a summons, but Antone took off running. I'm like, well, if you tell a person that you're not going to arrest him, I said, why would he run? So long story short, she was still sitting there, and me and her and the police was talking, and she was explaining to him that they was playing. And he was like, they was playing when they pulled up. That's what the police officer was telling her. He was like, I seen y'all playing when I pulled up. You and him laughing with each other. So I'm like, well, how they get that out of, domestic?
Yeah, Ms. Parks, can you take about 30 seconds to wrap it up for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. You can wrap it up.
I'm finished.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Mr. Henderson, anything you want to say before we turn it over to Ms. Baker?
Yes, ma'am. I just hope I don't get no violation today because the charge been dropped. This is my first time being on parole, first time getting in trouble on parole, and also I had got the charge dismissed.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Baker, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm so sad that Miss Tuco could not be there, but she was there for the preliminary hearing, and it was tape recorded, and she gave her statement. At all times, she's always said the same thing, that they were playing. And if you watch the video, there's no audio connection to the video. So there's no way for any one of us to know what was said. But what was very interesting is at the time the incident, there's no audio of what happened in the store. In fact, the police report is completely wrong as to what happened, who did this and who did that. They were acting as if the victim was the cashier. And that was totally wrong, and I pointed that out at the preliminary hearing. But what's the most important part is that when the incident happened, she did not say a word, nor did she do anything. She kept on doing her transaction, and that is significant because that is the indication that they were playing. So if she had been abused in some kind of way, or she had been hurt some kind of way, she would have responded in a manner that a person responds if they have been hurt or abused or been hit inappropriately. And I don't even believe that it was a hard hit because she never moved, she never reacted, she didn't say or anything like that. You don't see any of that. You can see that they were seriously playing. I also want to say that Mr. Henderson was working at the time of the incident, and he has been working since he was able to get back on his feet. And basically, we all thought that this was going to be a technical violation. We was kind of surprised that it went to the next level because the DA did drop the charges because of the information they obtained from the victim. And of course, he was wrong for running. He did freak out. He did get scared. But the catalyst that started all was the police arresting him or trying to arrest him for an offense that really was not criminal. It wasn't like he went out there and robbed somebody, raped somebody. He did nothing. None of those things. This was truly a moment in their own history. Maybe it's not appropriate love play, but if that's the case, then the proper procedure would be not to lock him up for the remainder of his time. The proper procedure would be maybe to have him to get some type of classes and learn, because that's what we're about, teaching. And they both need to learn that, you know, maybe this is not the appropriate love play, and that because it could result in him having his parole revoked. So at this time, I would strongly request that you all look at the preliminary hearing, you listen to the preliminary hearing where Ms. Tuco gave her statement specifically in support of Mr. Henderson. It wasn't mixed up because we thought we was going to be at the St. John jail. And so by her not being able to be at the St. John jail, she didn't have Zoom, and we've been trying to figure out a way to make sure that she could talk to you all directly. But her statement has been very consistent all along, and she's in favor of Mr. Henderson being released. And I ask you to strongly, take that into consideration and release him.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your presentation. Here to vote, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, we got two conflicting stories here. I watched all the tapes last night and they were not playing. And I'm gonna say that right off. If that's playing, they need to quit. Okay, that's not playing all that hoo-ha in the parking lot and then taking off running and she's showing blood and the cops looking at her face. My vote today is to revoke due to video evidence and pleading guilty to 3 counts resisting arrest.
Mrs. Ledoux.
I concur with my colleague.
And I do agree, based on the video evidence, my vote today is also to revoke. Good luck to you, sir. You'll be eligible to reapply for a re-parole. We'll send you the instructions on how and when you can do that. That concludes our business in St. John. We're going to sign off at 11:13. Thank you so much. All right, Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at LaFouche Parish Jail. It's 11:16 a.m. on March the 20th, 2024. LaFouche, can you turn your camera on? Are they in? LaFouche, can you please turn your camera on?
Do you want me to unmute it too?
All right, good morning. The Committee of Parole is reconvening. We're at St. Bernard Parish Jail. It's 11:20 a.m. on March the 20th, 2024. With the officer there at St. Bernard, please introduce yourself for the record.
Danny Brown?
The officer, is he still in the room with you?
Yes.
Okay, we need him to state his name for the record.
He said he needed to state your name. Sergeant Babin.
Babin, Sergeant Babin, thank you so much for accommodating us today. Mr. Brown, now would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Danny Brown, 62-3174.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Brown, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you? No, you have paperwork?
Yes,
We're gonna
ma'am.
put a form up on the screen. I want you to tell me whether or not this is your signature on it. So stand by, we're gonna put it up on the screen for you to look at. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated January 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, based on the information contained on that form, you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed with your parole revocation hearing this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. I'll read the allegations, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And Mr. Freeman, seated to my right, will be asking you some questions about your plea. Okay?
Okay.
You're accused of violating condition number 4, and it states you failed to refrain from criminal activity on October 31st, 2023. You were arrested by the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office when you were charged with felon with a firearm, illegal possession of stolen things, and contraband. On January 3rd, 2024, the charges were refused. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay. Then we have condition number 5, which states you violated this condition as evidenced by your arrest on October 31st, 2023 by the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office when you were charged with felon with a firearm. How do you plead to violating number 5?
Not guilty.
And lastly, we have number 10. You are $1,147 in arrears for monthly supervision fees and have not made a payment since November 22nd, 2022. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty.
Excuse me?
Guilty to the people.
Okay. All right. Would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please?
Okay, Mr. Brown, tell me what was going on. What were y'all doing that day?
My uncle had like a couple days to live. He was in the hospital. My auntie called me up and talked to me about it. I was gonna wait for my girlfriend to get off work, but she was getting off too late, and I didn't want to miss my uncle. So my auntie come pick me up and bring me to the hospital. But on the way there, her boyfriend got a back problem. So on our way back, she asked me to drive the U-Haul that they was in back to my house. But on the way there, she asked me, can I stop at Walmart for her? Mind you, I don't know nothing about the U-Haul or nothing. I'm thinking it's good. This is my auntie, like. So I bring her to Walmart. On our way through Chalmette, we get stopped by the police. I didn't know what was going on. I'm confused. The people about to shoot me because I'm not knowing what's going on. I get out the car wondering what's going on. But the whole time they said the U-Haul was stolen or something. I had no knowledge about nothing that was going on. I was going to see my uncle and going to get dropped back off at my house.
All right. You know, I'm from the country, and matter of fact, I even have an AR-15. There's no way I can hide my AR-15 under a front seat. How are you telling me you put that under a front seat?
No, I didn't know nothing about it, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, how you not see it when you're driving? It was under the driver's side. It gotta be sticking out.
I didn't never see nothing.
You never saw that gun sticking out from under the seat.
I promise. I've been home a year, almost 2 years. I ain't been into nothing. I work every day. That was my off day. I was just going to see my uncle and I was going back to my house.
Okay, what about the pills they found on you?
That was my auntie name. It was supposed to be, she had some pain pill for me for my tooth. I'm still dealing with it now. They got to cut it out my mouth. It was supposed to be some pain pill for my tooth. She got a prescription or whatever for it. She told my PO and talked to my parole officer.
Well, why did you hide it?
I didn't hide it. It was on, I forgot I even had it on me, sir, I swear. I forgot I even had it in my possession. I didn't know until I got in the jail. When they searched me on the scene, they ain't never getting nothing off me. That's why I never knew nothing about it.
Well, you knew you had them on you, huh?
No, I didn't, not until I got in the jail.
Where'd they find them at?
On my side, like when I went to script search, they fell out my boxes, like off the side of my boxes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I don't have any questions. Is there anything you'd like to say to us, Mr. Brown? Before we vote?
Yeah, I ask y'all, please give me another chance. Y'all never had to worry about me. I worked 2 jobs out there. Y'all have never had to worry about me. Like, I promise you. I'm not into nothing. I don't do nothing. I've been home almost 2 years though. My first time even getting in trouble.
Right. I
The
think we're
payments, I pay y'all.
ready to vote. Mr. Freeman will be voting.
Okay, Mr. Brown, very serious allegation. And I'm not gonna say that you didn't know that the U-Haul was stolen, but I mean, you probably didn't. But the fact is that gun was right up under your seat. There's no way I can believe that you could hide that gun without you seeing it. Plus you had the pills on you. And they charged you with that. It's Schedule 2, but they dropped it all. So, my vote today is to revoke.
Mrs. Ledoux.
You know, we didn't even discuss the fact that you had already had a positive drug screen, you know, so in September. Today, my vote is going to be to revoke based on failure to comply with parole conditions.
My vote also to vote this morning, Mr. Brown. So today, sir, your parole is being revoked. You'll have the opportunity to reapply for a re-parole. We'll send you information on how and when you can do that. Good luck to you, sir.
Okay.
That concludes our business in St. Bernard. We're going to sign off at 11:28.
Okay, so I got a bag on my parole time.
All right, we are reconvening. We're at Lafourche Parish Prison. Today is March 20th, 2024. It's 11:35 a.m. Would the staff there at Lafourche please introduce yourself for the record?
Hi, good morning. I am Deputy Jennifer Exnicious.
Exnicious? All right, good. Well, thanks for accommodating us today.
Well,
We appreciate it.
okay.
Mr. LAVALLAIS, is that you?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Good morning. My name is Jamal Laves. My DOC number is 54-1987.
Yes, sir. And Mr. LAVALLAIS, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you? Give me paperwork.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature on that page, the parole revocation questionnaire that's dated February 1st, 2024?
February 6th.
Yeah, you're looking at the, that's a different form. You're looking at the notice of preliminary hearing. There should be another one dated February 1st that you signed prior to that.
She's checking it right now, ma'am.
Can you, we'll put it up on the screen. So you don't have to tell, we'll put it up on the screen for you. Okay, that's it. That's the one I'm looking for. Do you recognize that form?
Yes, ma'am. I have the same one, but mine has the 6 on it.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That same form?
Yes, ma'am.
So just for the record, is that your signature on this page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm just, for the record, I'm going to ask you those questions again so we can hear your answers on the record. Have you been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years, or are you currently taking medication for a mental disorder?
No, ma'am.
Can you read and write?
Yes.
Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you want to speak in your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on that information, you're not eligible for appointed counsel today. So are you ready to proceed with your parole revocation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to read the allegations against you. You'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we're going to talk about it. So you're accused of violating condition number 2, and it states that you failed to report as directed and you absconded from supervision. How do you plead to that violation?
I can ask the same question I asked the parole man.
Wait, you got to plead, and then we'll talk about it. You can ask the questions later. You plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And then number 3, you changed your address without permission and absconded from supervision. Yes, you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Okay, what is your question?
When he said I changed the addresses without, we had got put out our house, and we were staying in like the cars and motels and stuff like that, and we didn't have an address. It was like,
parole officer, what your situation was?
no, I didn't.
Okay. Now you know you should have.
Yes, ma'am. I know. Yes, ma'am.
So you got out on good time September of 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happened? Why did you not do what you were supposed to do?
When I got out in 16, I got a job. I was staying with my mother, and I had my twins on the way. They came in 17. In 17, I had 2 more kids on the way. Came in 18. When the 2 kids were born, we had got put out of our house, and it was just juggling with 2 jobs. I was juggling with 2 jobs. We sleeping in cars and motels, and really trying to make sure the safety of the kids was first. Even though I should have still picked up the phone and text, but I think I learned my lesson, and I know better now. That is nothing. It was nothing but a text away, and I really apologize for that.
So how many children do you have now?
I have 8 kids.
And how old are they?
My oldest is 16. My twins are 6. They make 7 next month on the 21st. My next 2 girls are 5. My next 2 boys are 4, and Giovanni is 3.
So is that all by the same mother?
No, ma'am. 5 is with 1, and 2 is with 1, and my oldest is when I first came to jail.
So the 2 5-year-olds, those are different.
Yes, ma'am.
And the 2 4-year-olds have different moms.
Yes, ma'am.
How many do you? So you're married now?
Yes, ma'am. Well, engaged.
Engaged. And how many do you have with her?
We have 5. The
you have 5
twins.
too?
Yes, ma'am. The twins, Kimmy, Gio, and King. 3 girls and 2 boys. And that's my household right there. That's the house.
So you don't have any, what about the other children?
What do you mean?
You support them?
Yes, ma'am. I made them put me on child support for in case anything goes wrong. So like, you know, whenever I'm having problems, they automatically take it out of my check, you know? Whenever I'm working, they automatically take it out of my check. So we won't have no kind of discretion or anything. And you automatically got your money coming every month. And I'm able to take care of the household better like that. You know, by the money already going to them, it's easier for me to take care of the household. And when they do call, if I have extra money, I can give to them. But sometimes it'd be hard. But got to set up to where I make sure that they have something coming every month.
Well, that's pretty smart, having it taken out of your check. What was your job?
Before I came in here, I was working for Waste Connection, the trash company. I was doing recycle, and every now and then I'll do trash. Whenever the recycle was off, I'd get on trash just to keep money flowing. Because with that, I'll make at least $1,000 a week, as long as I go to work 6 days a week. But every day, you don't get a truck. It's like you're out there, you're scrambling for a truck every day, and you don't get a truck every day. So on a good week, I get $1,000 a week, but on a bad week, I might get a truck every 3 days, 4 days, between $750 to $500. You know?
So you work 6 days a week?
Yeah, I try to work 6 days a week. Yeah.
And you're on. Have you ever been had any other violations since you've been on parole?
No, ma'am. I haven't been in trouble in 7 years. No trouble.
Well, I'm disappointed that you know, I see that. I see that you haven't been in trouble for 7 years and you really absconded for 7 years. Why were you, I know we had a warrant for you, but tell us why you were stopped. How were you arrested?
I was going to get my wife something to eat from the Huddle House, and they pulled me over. But I really look at things happening for a reason, because I want to say Thanksgiving, it got kind of rough after Thanksgiving. I found my grandmother in the house deceased. And like my mind wasn't there. And I feel like God put me here to put my mind back in track, you know? Rather than was waiting a barrier and stuff like that. And it just kept prolonging. And then this happened. And I missed the funeral, and just things come at you where you realize that I need to be there instead of here. You know what I'm saying? Because anything could have happened. Because my mind, I'm not gonna lie to you, my mind was drifting. I was like, I sit there looking at the wall, and my mom would be like, "What's wrong?" I'd be like, I don't know. And it really took me to sit here and realize that there's a bigger picture out there than in here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do. So it was a traffic stop that got you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. How long have you been?
It's since December 14th.
So 90 days?
Yes, ma'am. Something like that.
A little over 90 days. Anything you want to, you have any questions? Anything you want to say to us before we vote?
And I promise you that you wouldn't have to worry about me absconding or anything like that again. It was just before COVID-19, it was like I was juggling with so much to where when COVID-19 hit, it's like the world stopped, and it was like confusing. It was like I'm trying to deal with so much at one time. But now I have my own place with my family. I'm not living in a motel no more. I don't have no reason not to reach out to my parole officer. I don't have no reason to abscond. You know, I have my address now permanently because we own it. Well, my wife, I bought it for my kids and my wife, put their name on it. So we have a place that's permanent that I don't have to worry about. I'm moving here, I'm moving there, and I don't have to hop around house to house. I have my address, and I promise you that you won't have to worry about me absconding ever again. This is not me.
Job, you think you'd be able to go back to work?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I also have a job officer also for offshore. They say I will be making like at least $4,000 to $6,000 a month. I got that job offer 2 weeks when I came in here. A family friend. And he said he's just waiting on me. He said, as long as I don't smoke, and I don't smoke. So he said, as long as I don't smoke, I have the job, and I don't smoke.
You don't do drugs?
Ma'am?
Drugs?
No, I don't do drugs.
No.
I smoke cigarettes.
Okay. Well, anything you want to say real quick to wrap it up for us before we vote?
If you please, if it was possible that I can go, I can assure you that I can do right, and that you wouldn't have to worry about me no more.
Okay, Jamal. I'm going to vote first, and you know, when I look at your record, I was pretty aggravated with you because you did kind of just disappeared and had no regard for the rules of supervision and the contract that you signed with us to follow the rules, and you didn't do it. But after talking with you, and I do take note that you didn't get in any other trouble during that whole time, so that says a lot. My vote today is gonna be do not revoke. We're gonna reprimand you on the record and return you to supervision.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
so-
Mrs.
thank you.
Wood.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Weighing public safety and what's best for your family is difficult at times. I don't think that at this point today that I see that you pose a risk to public safety. I think you make some bad choices, and so I'm going to concur with my colleague and do not revoke and return to supervision.
Mr. Freeman?
Thank you so much.
Look, you got it going on. I mean, you got a bunch of kids, you got a lot to do. And I know it was tough during COVID, but I'm not gonna lie to you. This interview made me not revoke you. Because I do think you got your head on straight and you're heading in the right direction. So don't let us down, okay?
I promise you I won't let you down. Thank y'all so much.
All right, good luck to you, and thank you, Deputy Ignatius, for accommodating us today. I think that's our only, is it our only one? Yes. Okay, we're gonna sign off. It's 11:46.
All right, thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at TANGIPAHOA Parish. Today is March 20th, 2024. It is 11:51 a.m. Mr. Weber, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody in the room with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so would you formally introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number? That's probably not gonna be your DOC number.
It has it on here.
Okay.
Cardell Weber, 779-255.
That's it. Okay, good. Thank you. Do you have any paperwork with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we're gonna put a form up on the screen. If you would just stand by and wait for it to appear. We're gonna ask you if that's your if you recognize it and if you signed it. See it?
No, ma'am. I have to press the button.
No, it's gonna pop up. You should see it. Let's see, it's coming. There you go. There it is. Do you see that form? It says parole revocation questionnaire.
No, ma'am. We got like a Zoom box. It don't have a paper.
Y'all see the form?
No, ma'am.
Well, hold on. Let's see. Well, let me ask you some questions. How about that?
Yes, ma'am.
You still don't see it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we're having an issue, so I'm just going to ask you the questions that you were asked at that time. My form shows you signed this February 14th of this year. So let me just ask you the questions. Have you been treated for mental illness in the past 5 years?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently taking any medication for mental disorder?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you read and write?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the highest grade you completed?
12.
Okay. Do you understand the parole violation charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So based on those answers, it's you don't meet the guidelines for appointed counsel. So are you ready to proceed with your parole violation hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And then Mr. Freeman, seated to my right, will be asking you some questions about it. You're accused of violating condition number 4 of your conditions of parole, and it states you were engaged in criminal activity on or about December 2nd, 2023, which led to your arrest by the New Orleans Police Department and subsequent charge of a domestic abuse battery. These charges have been null-prossed by the New Orleans DA's office on or about February 7th, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay, would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please?
Okay, what went on? What was the deal between you and your wife?
Well, I took on a date and then she got intoxicated and she lied to the cop and was saying she lied to the cops because she was mad and said I was bragging. She wrote an affidavit and everything.
Okay. Did y'all get in an argument or anything?
No, she wanted her keys. So when I gave her keys, she just went to the cops and she was just, because I had money in my pocket. So she went to the cop and said I was bragging. That's why she said she told the police that she lied to the cop.
Okay. Where were y'all at?
We was at the comedy show at the Smoothie Center.
Had you had anything to drink?
No, sir.
Okay, is she here today? Is she gonna testify?
She testified already. She testified already, but she had supposed to been here. I don't know. They subpoenaed her to come, so I don't know what happened. I don't know if she knew it was on Zoom or not. She was trying to be. Because they contacted her, the supervisor, the parole officer supervisor contacted. She made a statement already, but she's testified already.
I see where she's claiming she lied.
Yeah. She wrote an affidavit too. She had an affidavit too.
What about the absconding? Why didn't you let your probation officer know where you were at?
I know. I never had absconding. You know my address. The address was with her. I live with her.
Okay. Are you planning on living with her when you get out?
They were saying something about a stairwell order. If not, if I don't have a stairwell order, I will.
You think that's a good idea?
It was just a misunderstanding. She was intoxicated. I had got double shots. She was just intoxicated, so she just, I don't know why she did it, but you know, she was just mad, I guess. But I don't know if it's a good idea, you know. I wouldn't think she'll do it again, and they.
How long you been knowing her?
We've been together like 5 months.
Y'all don't have any children together then?
No, sir.
What are you on for? What was your original charge?
I think it was for domestic, I think.
Yeah, it was domestic. Have you ever taken any classes for domestic abuse, battery?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I finished them all.
You been to Bebop?
I don't know what that is, sir.
Rosenblum. You went to Rosenblum?
Yes, sir.
But it said you only got 8 of 26 classes.
Oh no, because I missed it. It go every Wednesday. You know what I'm saying? You gotta pay. So you know, it had holidays and everything. You know, so some of the you know, I still gotta well they had told me that I finished it, but I have been going though. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go every Wednesday, but then sometimes they don't have class because they had holidays and all that.
I don't think you finished. You.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was told. You know.
No, you went to 8 of classes and there's 26, so you didn't finish.
I didn't know.
Hey, you know, I looked at the video, and on the video, she says you hit her before.
No, sir.
Fourth time that you had hit her. That's what she told officers.
Yeah, she was just making up a bunch of stuff. We don't even get into it like that.
And how long you been on supervision?
Like 5 months.
5 months. Okay. I have no further.
So it was just like a mishap. I just took on a date. He had drinks involved. So that's why I was just like. So she went on and told the truth. She went on and told the.
You say you didn't, you had not been drinking that night?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't have Ms. Williams, but we do have the video of the encounter with law enforcement. So is there anything you'd like for us to know before we vote?
No, ma'am. That the crime was really against me, like it was really perjury, you know. But I didn't commit any criminal activity. I just brought somebody on a date, and then they wrote an affidavit just saying the truth.
Okay, I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, all right, Mr. Weber. You know, I watched the whole video, and y'all definitely had something going on because y'all did a lot of hollering at each other outside.
I never said anything to her.
Yeah, you did.
I was talking to the cop. She was screaming at me. She was just like, "I'm gonna put sugar in your tank when I get home." She was saying all that.
Yeah, I know, but you were yelling back a little bit too. But anyway, the bottom line is it's on for domestic violence. You got a new charge for domestic violence, even though it was dropped. My vote today is to revoke.
Okay.
Because you didn't finish the bebop program and there's no use to reorder it.
But I'm saying I'm going to the. I only been out.
We're voting. Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Weber, based on non-compliance with conditions of parole, my vote is to revoke.
Mr. Weber, I do agree with my colleagues, and after watching the evidence, my vote also is to revoke. So today, sir, your parole's being revoked.
So what does that mean?
Means your parole.
They'll get in touch with you. They'll give you paperwork.
All right, good morning. We're at the Orleans Justice Center, I believe, right? It's 12:05 on March 20th, 2023. And you're on mute over there. Can you unmute the microphone?
Yes, it connects to audio. There it is. All right.
You still muted. You see your microphone on the screen somewhere? No, you
Mute.
still.
Okay,
I think you got it. You got it.
okay, great. Hold on one second, please, for Mr. Rowell. Hold on, please. There you go, sir.
Mr. Rao, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number?
James Rowell, 363824.
All right, and you have counsel with you this morning. We'd like counsel. Will you introduce yourself?
Good morning. My name is Anna Friedberg, and I have the honor of representing Mr. Rowell today.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Rao, the way this is going to work, I'll read the allegations against you. After each allegation, you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Then Mrs. Ledoux will be asking, she'll take the lead on asking you some questions. If there are no other follow-up questions, we'll ask you if there's a statement you'd like to make before we turn it over to Ms. Friedberg for her presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
I do see we have a couple of speakers. Do y'all have the list? At the appropriate time, we'll allow those who've indicated they'd like to speak to do so. You can see them on the screen. I don't have their names yet, but it's coming. So you are accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4. And it says you failed to refrain from engaging in criminal activity as illustrated by your arrest by probation and parole on August 8, 2022, and you were charged with possession of a firearm or weapon by a felon, illegal carrying of a weapon with a controlled dangerous substance, possession with intent to distribute marijuana, possession with intent to distribute Suboxone, and possession with intent to distribute MDMA. On December 12th, 2023, the jury found all charges to be not guilty. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay. Then we have condition number 5, which states you fail to refrain from not having in your possession or control any firearms or dangerous weapons as illustrated by your arrest by probation and parole on August 8, 2022, and charged with possession of a firearm or weapon by a felon and illegal carrying of a weapon with a controlled dangerous substance. How do you plead to violating condition number 5?
Not guilty.
And lastly, there is condition number 10, and it states you failed to keep your supervision fees with the state of Louisiana current, and you're currently in arrears $2,205. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Not guilty.
Okay. Would you answer Mrs. Ledoux's questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Rowell. I don't know if it's morning or not. Seems like it. No, it's afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, you were paroled in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the address that you supplied to your parole officer when you were on the street?
It was Crowder. I don't remember the exact. It was on Crowder.
And then you changed it. I saw in the notes where you changed that address. And what address did you change it?
I had changed it to 4501 Wilson Avenue, and I made a change after that as well.
Did you report that to your probation officer?
Yes, ma'am. I had did it on 2 separate occasions. She told me that the office was flooded and she wasn't able to do it at that particular time. That was the first time I had tried to switch the address. The second time was I had contacted her. We met at a location that she had said, and I was being stalked by somebody, and I made a police report. So she was like, well, just call the police. And she made me download Google Duo. My lawyer should have the police report that she told me to make. And like I feared for my life. Like I was in tears telling her that I didn't want to be nowhere around that area because I have to pick my daughter up right around the corner from there. Like I have the actual video of being followed and everything. Like all that's in the police report. The police have all that.
Okay, so when you talk about she, the parole officer,
That's
what
Mrs. Son.
and son?
Yes. She had gotten my case. I was on parole with a Mr. Garrett.
Right.
And she took his caseloads over. But I had explained this to her, is in the record and like the video, the police report, everything.
Okay, so I have no record of you changing your address in the dialogue that we got from the probation officer, which causes a problem in the situation because when she told you, if you're telling me correctly, she said, meet me at your home, and you went to Wilson Street. Is that correct?
Yeah, she didn't call me, she called my fiance. Like, yes, my lawyer also have the actual cell phone records. Like it was no call ever to me. I had I gave up my location, I gave up all my phone records to the court and everything.
But you reported to 4501 Wilson Street.
Yes, she told me to meet her. She said meet her at the Wilson address. I met her at the Wilson address. I've never entered the house. They have video footage of that and everything.
Why would you go? Why would she tell you to go to the Wilson address if she knew that you had a different address? What was this address you were living with?
The address I was living there was a Nighthawk address. Is 4435 Nighthawk.
Okay, so that address does not appear anywhere in my record.
Yes.
And so
all right.
Let me speak for a moment, please. I'm reading from the narrative. Alicia Bruno called and asked about lifting the hold, told her it wasn't happening. We were the ones that made the arrest. She claimed subject moved from that residence about a year prior and only went to the address of record that morning because Agent Sun said to be home at that address. But if she knew that you were not living at that address, why would she tell you to go to that address?
I think the DEA wanted access to that particular house, and they used Mrs. Sunup to be able to access that house. That's also, they also have, like my lawyer have the footage and everything else of the DEA and them going in the house, turning the cameras down. I was never in the house. I pulled up to the house. I called Mrs. Sun. I'm like, you told me to meet you here. I'm like, I have to pick my daughter up. I'm like, if you're not gonna, come soon, do I have enough time to pick her up and go grab a coffee? She like, no. She said, I'm right around the corner. So I waited. Because I was asked to wait. And in the process of me waiting, she pulled up. Right before she pulled up, my sister asked me, she was like, I'm gonna back it up. She called Felicia. I'm asleep. Felicia woke me up. She's like, hey, your PO called. She's like, can you need to contact her? So I'm like, all right, I called her. She said, meet me at the Wilson address. And even during the trial, the DEA and Mrs. Sun, she admitted that when they passed the house, my car wasn't there. That was the reason for her calling Felicia, and she didn't call me. Like my lawyer also have the records of that. Once I arrived, I waited a few minutes, probably about 3-4 minutes. So what I did was I called Mrs. Sun. I'm like, Mrs. Sun, I'm here. I'm like, it's getting kind of late. I bring my daughter to school every morning. Do I have enough time to go grab her, get a coffee? I'm like, her school's around the corner. I can drop off. I'll be right back here. She's like, well, no, I'm around the corner. She like, wait. So as she said that, my sister came to the door. She was like, what you doing here? I'm like, hey, my PO told me to meet her at this address.
When was
was
the
like,
last time you had been at that address? How often did you go to 4501 Wilson where your sister lived?
I used to visit my sister at one time kind of regularly. I had stopped going like 6 months in advance. You know, that's around the time of the police report. I got into an accident, and like my sister had cameras like all around the house and throughout the house. But the person I had the accident with was showing up there stalking. So I'm like, my sister like, hey, that truck that you was in an accident with, you know, I saw that truck, and she replayed the camera. So I'm like, yeah, that's the guy. So my daughter's school is like directly around the corner. So I'm picking her up. Like I have this on video. I'm actually recording the person following me. So I'm like, my daughter's in a car, and he followed me a long, long way. So what I did was I contacted his son. I'm like, can you please meet me? I'm like, I really need to meet you. I'm like, I'm not trying to get in any type of trouble or nothing. I'm like, you know, I'm like, I've never given you problem. Like this is like this guy is following me. I'm like, and like I'm in tears, like literally. I'm like, I'm not trying to get in trouble. She like, well, all right, well, just meet me here. So I met her like further up the street from the house. Like we met in an open lot. And she was like, I explained to her, I showed her, I'm like, here's my phone. I'm like, I can get my sister to send the other thing to you, but this is the man right here following me. She like, well, oh my God. She like, what you need to do is call the police and make a report. So she like, well, you still at Felicia's? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you know, I'm like, I don't know what this guy, you know, what he's trying to do. So she's like, well, just call the police and keep me informed and let me know what's going on. So I called the police. I made a report. They came to the house. They came to me and Felicia's residence. He took my statement. He was like, man, I've never saw that. Even my attorney, my civil attorney, he even reached out. He was like, man, I've never saw nobody really stalk somebody after an accident. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like, I told him, like, I explained it in my PO. I'm like, what I'm going to do is I just have my sister to like grab my daughter since my niece goes to the school and just meet me like away. I'm like, I ain't trying to get in trouble. He knows my car. Like, you know, everybody know I drive the Genesis. So I'm like, all right. So I did that and I just stayed away.
Okay, so your sister, you asked this question. I mean, it was obvious that there was guns and drugs in your sister's home. If you had been living there and the same activity was going on with drugs and guns, then you were a felon in the presence of guns and drugs.
Ma'am, I've never been in the present. Like some people moved. My sister had people that she rented to the room to prior to me leaving. I was going there for a very extended period of time. Like I've never been involved in no type of criminal activity. I've never even had a tech. Like my other PO been in the house and when I was staying there numerous of times, like even during trial, Miss Sun said herself, like, hey, this guy's one of the most respectful people. She even told me, like, she came visit me and she was like, hey, I'm like, you know, this have nothing to do with me. I'm like, you know, my sister's getting with the people. They're gonna come down here. They're gonna sign the affidavits and everything else. She was like, well, all right, just let me know and I help you out. And she doesn't work there no more.
I see the letters of these people indicating that it was their pills and drugs. They ever get arrested?
I don't know. I just know some people that was in one. I know one of the guys in the room is, I think two of them went to jail. I know another one, I think he's deceased or something. Like I don't really know them like that well enough. My sister probably can inform you more on it. Like all I could tell you is basically what happened with me, ma'am. I honestly, like,
you don't know these people. These were not
no, I don't know. And one of the guys, come to find out, he was on one of the men that came there. He was actually a parolee of his. Like I was the only one. It was like 7 or 8 people. They pulled out the house. Like they went in there. I'm the only one they brought to jail. And I'm asking her, I'm like, why? Like, why is this here? I'm like, I have no knowledge of nothing that's going on in there. She was like, because I only could take you to jail because you're the one on parole, nobody else there. So I'm like, well, how is that even like possible not to arrest nobody else?
Let me ask you a question. When they went to the house and you were outside, did you ever enter the house with them?
No, ma'am.
Go inside the house while they were doing the search?
I never entered.
The police asked someone in the house, which one was your bedroom? And they said, the end of the hall on the left. And
But I
that's
don't,
information.
that's another question that came out at trial. They asked, I think they asked, it was my sister, they was asked what room that he stayed in during the time he was living there. She was like, well, he haven't lived here in a minute. But it was like, well, what room? She was like, the room is being rented to somebody, but he stayed in the back bedroom, I think on the left.
That's what I read.
Yeah,
Were you ever reprimanded while you were on this period of supervision?
no, ma'am. I've never had a tech. I've never failed the drug test. I don't use drugs. I don't drink. Like
Okay. Bring that up is because you are a fourth felony offender. I mean, excuse me, a second class offender. So you have been on probation or parole before and completed it?
I was on probation and parole. I was 16 years old. I had a charge, and they even try to bring that charge up. It was like, he's on parole for armed robbery. I was on parole at 16. I even have the ARPs that I wrote. They dated, signed. They're in the Department of Correction. Like, I've been finished with that charge and everything. So I'm not on paper for no type of violent crime or felony. I'm not on like for armed robbery or nothing.
Right. Okay. So, Mr. Rowell, at this time, I'm going to ask if my colleagues have any further questions.
I got one quick question. I noticed that you had some paperwork under the mattress.
They said that like the cameras, my lawyer and she have the video of it. They said they found a piece of paperwork in the cameras. Like I don't know why the DEA wanted access to the house. They went in there and turned the cameras down. I haven't been there. It was and come to find out in trial, it was like a old paperwork dated, I think, and I want to say it was dated from something dealing with like in Slidell. It was old.
All right, point blank, give us the truth now. When's the last time you stayed at that house?
The last time I stayed at that house, sir, it been a long time. Like
okay,
it been over.
Ever seen you at another
Before
house?
I'm talking about due to August the 8th of 2022, I would have to say it was like literally between 13 months to 10 months, if even that. Like I'm talking, I haven't been in that house, sir. I promise you that.
Real quick, did the officer ever come see you at another house where you stayed after you left that residence?
She had the address. Something happened with the office. She told me to flood it out. I don't really know, like
and it does flood a lot back then.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened with it. So when I had explained to her with it, because I came to her and I was like, hey, I'm staying. All she asked was for the address. She asked for my fiance full name. She even asked for the license plate at one time. She talking to like numerous of my managers, bosses, and everything. Like
I got what I needed. That's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
And I am aware that you had all stood before a jury and they found you not guilty. So I am aware of the legal.
Yeah. I had it was just not the jury. I had like some of the charges was with the judge too, where I had like the judge.
Right. Mistrial found not guilty. Let's go ahead and hear from who first? Your mother or who's that?
Yeah, sister.
Okay.
Ms. Rowell, Yolanda?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Would you what would you like us to know?
I can clarify a little bit of the with the people staying in my house. I did rent out 2 rooms in my home to people. He was not staying there. He had not been staying there, like he said, because of the auto accident that he got into, and his PO was aware. I don't understand what's really going on. His parole, he's been on parole for a long time. It was when he was young and, has completely changed his life around. He held down a job, and in the process of all of this happening, we were in talks of starting our LLC, getting a business going. So I just don't want him to be dinged for something that was going on in my space that he had nothing, nothing to do with.
To go in the other one, to jump to the other one, to jump out the other one, to jump out the other one, and the last gate to jump out the last gate, that's fine.
Felicia?
You gonna be tired, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
Is there, wait, hold on. Mr. Rowell, is there a door open behind you or something? We're getting a
Yes.
lot of feedback.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes.
I think I could come a little bit. Y'all can
Thank
bring
you.
it down a little bit, please. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Bruno?
Yes, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. So yes, just to clarify everything that he stated, he has been living with me over a year. He probably moved in of like April of 2021. We got engaged of December of 21. So yes, he was living with me up until the time of the arrest. It was very strange the morning of the arrest that his PO didn't even call him first. She actually called me. I never knew the number, so I just missed the call because it was like 6 o'clock in the morning. And then once I missed the call, she actually texted me. And I looked at the text. She said, hi, Felicia, this is PO and son, I'm looking for James. So at that moment, I woke him up. I said, your PO is texting me, looking for you. Why is she calling and texting me? He said he don't have a clue. So at that point, he did call her to see what she needed and what she wanted. And she asked him to meet her at that address. I'm really confused today as the day of that happened, why he was arrested. We all confused with what happened. When he pulled up and they searched him and his car, they never found anything in his possession on his personal space. Like Ms. Yolanda said, the room that was found had other adults in it that day of the arrest. I think 2 of the guys that they found sleeping that morning was the guys who actually say the item was theirs. So, I did call her that evening, his PO, to see what was going on and why he was arrested and why the hold was on. She said she couldn't take the hold off and he has to just go through the process. And I'm like, I'm not understanding why he's been arrested. It was nothing in his possession. So yes, I feel like it's been 19 months he's been away from his family. He's been innocent. He's been proven innocence in the court system by the jury and a judge. And he's been away from his family, missing everything. And he's a great father. He's a great stepfather to my kids. The kids ask when he's coming home every day. And it's just been a long nightmare roller coaster for him. And he's very innocent. So I really appreciate if you all would just find him not guilty, because like I said, none of this was his and he hasn't been living there in over a year. I'm not sure why she didn't change the address. And I really don't know why she called me that morning, looking for him. She never even called him.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bruno. We appreciate your input. I don't see any other questions. So, Mr. Rowell, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we turn it over to Ms. Freeberg?
Well, like, I truly miss my kids, my fiance, and my family. Like, I pray by the grace of God that the board find me not guilty. Like, I have no knowledge or involvement in any type of criminal activities. Like, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. Like, I really work and spend time with my family. Like, the people they pulled, they had like 3 people staying in that room. Like, they got camera footage of all this here. Like, I could see if I was guilty, like, yeah, like, but it's so much stuff going on. Like, I'm 45. Like my grandmother have had a stroke. Like, my fiance just had 2 major surgeries. Like, I have a son that just dropped out of college. He's dealing with depression about me being in here. My daughter's going through all kind of stuff. I'm innocent. Can you please take in consideration of what my family's telling y'all and what my lawyer's about to tell y'all? She have the proof, the videos. Like, I wasn't doing nothing wrong. Mr. Garrett could tell you the PO I had before this lady. Like, I don't even know why she's going to the extent that she going. She working for the same people right now that came in the house. Like,
Okay. Look, we're gonna go ahead and hear from Ms. Friedberg now, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Friedberg.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much for hearing from me. I've known Mr. Rowell and his family for the last few years, well, since he's been incarcerated 19 months. He, just on I guess more of a little bit of a personal note, Mr. Rowell is a very kind and gentle person. He is a quality human and someone, I've been in this business for 28 years, talking to Mr. Rowell about what was going on with him prior to this false arrest. He was doing really great. He was holding down, I believe, about 4 jobs. He had a job with the city of New Orleans as a tower and hall monitor. He was working for a construction company, Cycle Construction. He was also starting this LLC with his sister called Tasty Wagon LLC. And he's also a poet. He was performing poetry. He is a gentle and kind man. With regard to the problems about his address, I would submit to you that this is more of a paperwork issue, that his agent, Annie's son, knew very well that he had been staying with Felicia Bruno, that they were engaged. She had all of Miss Bruno's contact information and was very well aware, as Mr. Rowell has told you, that he was concerned that a guy he'd gotten into an accident with was, knew the 4501 address and was coming by the house and had told Miss Son, look, I'm just going to be staying with Felicia. So, and by the way, I apologize for not having the trial transcript. It is difficult to get in this quickly, and other cases are made priorities that are being gone up for direct appeal, which I'm sure you know, but I just wanted to say that. But all of these things came out at trial. And so I guess, the jury and the judge did find him not guilty. And I understand that, innocence and not guilty aren't necessarily the same thing. But I would submit to you that he is innocent. And I think everyone could see that, including the judge and the jury. The fact that he, it came out at trial that his car was clearly the last one parked there, that it wasn't there when they first passed by. They searched his car. They searched him. They did not find anything unlawful on him. And Miss Son at trial, did say what a respectful person that Mr. Rowell was always to her, and in very good communication. It wasn't, this attempt to abscond or to hide or to not be available for the parole people. He was available within minutes. And so, I guess, I can go through how the evidence came out at trial, if you would like that. And if not, I can go ahead and close.
Yeah, we don't need the evidence. We'd like you to go ahead and close.
Okay, all right. And, I just, I've actually never appeared at a parole hearing before. And so I'm very pleased to be able to appear before you guys. But, I have such, I don't say this lightly, but I have such full confidence that Mr. Rowell will continue to be an amazing parolee and a family man to these amazing women that have stood by him, and to his 11-year-old daughter, who he was just kind of getting back in the groove because of his home with Felicia. She was spending almost every weekend with them. And he was taking her to school almost every day. And that has been, obviously halted, and it's very emotional, for this family. I'm just asking, we think 19 months is sufficient, and we please ask that you place him back on parole.
Thank you. I'm prepared to vote. Right, Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Rowell, your charges, you were found not guilty by a jury. You've been down 19 months. You have, in my opinion, a stable plan going forward in terms of housing and support system. No other violations are before me. I think we've resolved those adequately, so my vote today is do not revoke.
Yes, ma'am. My vote today, is the same, Mr. Rowell. You've been down 19 months and you were found not guilty at trial. So, you know, and listening to you talk, I hope you're doing what you say, because you talk.
I'm
a
really,
good. So
I'm
I
really
hope you
am, sir.
talk that.
I'm
Okay,
really am.
well, not to revoke today.
Okay, Mr. Rowell, and I do agree with my colleagues. My vote also today is do not revoke. So we're going to return you to supervision and wish you well. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, for your participation today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon. We are still at Orleans Parish and we have before us is Vincent, is that you?
No, ma'am, Johnny Porter.
Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number?
Johnny Porter.
I'm sorry, hold on, I got the wrong case. Just let me get to your file, sir. Porter.
She told me that was Vincent.
So, let's see. Who's it?
Who's he?
All right, Mr. Porter, is there an officer in the room with you?
No, ma'am, she stepped out for a moment. I can call.
We were expecting Mr. Bernard, so we're gonna ask you to step out and ask the officer to come in if you can do that. Can you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that looking picture? That's a screen. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a minute.
You're reading this one. So we're going to.
Porter, I'm sorry, this is Vincent Bernard. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon. Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Vincent Bernard, 599067.
That's it. Okay, and you have counsel with you this morning. Counsel, would you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, Angela Beam here today on behalf of Mr. Berniard.
All right, thank you. And then we also have Mr. Brian Laves, a social worker with Orleans Parish, and we're gonna speak to him at the appropriate time also. First, Mr. Berniard, I'll read the allegations against you, after which we'll ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. We'll have some questions. Your case has been assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on that. Then we'll hear from Mr. Laves, and you'll be allowed to make a statement if you'd like to before we turn it over to Ms. Beam to close it out for us. Okay? All right. So you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4. You engaged in criminal conduct as evidenced by your arrest on or about December 18, 2023 for outstanding warrants issued by NOPD for the offense of battery of a dating partner, simple assault, and domestic abuse battery. These charges were refused by the Orleans District Attorney's Office on January 17, 2024. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
And then lastly, condition number 10, you're $630 in supervision fees. You're behind by $630. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
I'm guilty of that.
Okay. So, let's see. These offenses occurred on different dates in July and November of 2023. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Arrested in December. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the victim in this case, her name was Crystal Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a relationship now with Crystal Thompson?
No, we ain't together.
Were you together then?
Yes, we was together.
Okay.
But we were once in a relationship, but when those charges popped up, I never knew nothing about them. But I can explain to you later when I make my comment.
Go ahead. You can tell me now. Tell us now.
Okay, now when those charges were brought up, I didn't have no whereabouts of those charges. The only why the charge was brought up because me personally, I'm gonna take responsibility of not caring about a person's feelings. I was so more worried about my own behalf, and like it was like a little toxic relationship. And at that time, I didn't feel like I was fit for a relationship. So I was so busy worrying about my own behalf and not trying to be in trouble about nothing. So I really didn't consider that person's feelings. It's like instead of me having a sit down with her and explaining more to her, like why I don't want to be in a relationship with her, I decided to just cut it off and just leave it in a negative state of mind. So she was like, it didn't fit right with her. So after a while, when me seeing my parole officer, that's how I found out about these charges. But if I would have took her feelings in more consideration and not just worrying about my own behalf, I really want to apologize for that because if I would have took her feelings more in consideration, I wouldn't be sitting right there in front of you all and y'all wouldn't be right here today. So on that behalf, I really want to apologize for that because I could have done things a lot different than the way that I done it.
Mm-hmm. So you released on good time in January of 23, and then this arrest in December. So you've been in jail 4 months, 3.5 months, something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
I see that you, while you were incarcerated, you completed the Steve Foyle program. Did you complete that program?
Yes, ma'am.
I tell you what, I'd like to hear, I don't have any other particular questions. I'll reserve those for later. I'd like to hear from Mr. Lars to hear what he has to tell us.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Brian Lars, and I'm a social worker employed by the Orleans Public Defender's Office. I've been working at the Public Defender's Office for about 5 years, and I work with clients who are currently involved with the criminal justice system and also formerly incarcerated individuals. I work on the client service division. In the client service division, the client service division consists of several social workers and other client advocates to address the client's needs, individualize and address the client's needs. For the record, I have done an assessment on Vincent, and I identified some things during the assessment, and I feel like he can benefit from some restructuring skills, and I also maybe identified some lack of support with his support system, and I just want to say this, with all my cases, I always ask my clients about the situation. I ask them what you could have done differently in the situation, it's called a miracle question in social work. And we had several meetings and we talked about the situation, and he agreed that he handled the breakup. It was a bad breakup, and he agreed that he handled it immaturely. And he expressed that to you. But as a social worker, it's my job to put some things in place, and I put a few buffers in place to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Because Vincent is a nice young man. He was doing really well. He was working. He had a secure job. But anyway, I don't know if you have a copy of my reentry plan, but the first thing I done was I referred him, and you should have a correspondence confirming his acceptance to CADA Prevention and Recovery. And he can participate in some domestic violence, anger management, and also learn some coping skills to address any underlying issues. And also, this is a very a strong organization that we work closely with, First 72, he'd be referred to First 72 Plus, where he could participate in, where he could be mentored and participate in peer support groups and learn some effective life coping skills. Vincent have a job. You should have some letters confirming that he has his job at Rouse's. His boss wrote a very positive letter for him. He has a sound housing. He has an apartment that his father has been managing while he's been incarcerated. And yeah, I think that Vincent deserves a shot at getting it right. He's going to be working with me. I'll be actively case managing his case. We built a very strong therapeutic relationship over the past couple of months, waiting for this hearing. He really is a fine young man, and I think he deserves a shot. He just needs some extra support, and that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Vincent, let me ask you a question. I think I may have misspoke, and I asked you if you completed the Steve Hoyle program. Did you complete that program?
Complete a program?
The Steve Hoyle substance abuse program while you were incarcerated.
Oh, no.
Well, I asked you that question and you said you had, and so I wanted just to clarify.
I misunderstood what you were saying now, that's all. Because I know when I was incarcerated not too long ago, like right before when I got on program, that's what I thought you were asking about, having I completed a program when I was locked up. Yes, I had completed several programs while I was locked up.
Okay. So what do you think about the plan that was laid out by Mr. Lars?
I think it's pretty good. I'm willing to go for it.
So I have a note, and maybe, well, I'll ask your attorney. I don't see any other questions. No. Do you, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we turn it over to Ms. Dean?
Yes, I would like to say one thing. Okay. I'm truly sorry for being in front of y'all presence today. And I really learned that sometimes we have to take things a little bit slower and take in consideration the next person's feelings, because you never know how that person feeling or what that person gone through at that time if you don't communicate with that person. And that's what I think I didn't do well, was communicate with that person. And I really want to apologize for being in front of y'all today off of my behalf of being lacking in self-communication and just being forward with a person instead of just try to brush a person's feelings off. Like I take responsibility to that. Because if I would have probably talked to a person more, like had a really sit down or adult conversation with a person and not just brush it off, none of this will be going on today. So okay. I really want to apologize for that.
All right, thank you, and I'm glad you've given that all some thought. So, Ms. Dean, we're ready to hear from you, but I have a question first. My notes indicate that there was the court ordered Mr. Berniard to the domestic violence monitoring program upon his release. Do your records reflect that also?
So that is a program that is ordered as part of pretrial services while new charges are pending. It's ordered just sort of as a matter of routine in any domestic violence type case. However, because Mr. Berniard remained incarcerated due to the parole holds, he wasn't able to take advantage of the program. But should he be released, it's not something he would have access to, as it's only for individuals who have pending charges. But he would be able to take advantage of the CAISSON program, which would provide similar resources.
Yeah, all right. I have one more question too, please. They said there was a stay away order in this matter. Does he still have a order to stay away from the victim?
I believe, similar to DV monitoring, that it was issued as a bond condition and would expire at the end of his pending charges. But I think that I've spoken with Mr. Berniard, and he has no intention of contacting her in the future and would certainly be fine with an additional stay away order being imposed.
All right. All right. Well, we're ready for your presentation now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today to speak on behalf of Mr. Berniard. I've been in regular contact with Mr. Berniard since his arrest, which was on December 18th, 2023. And as he mentioned earlier, he was arrested on that date as he had gone to the probation and parole office to make a payment towards his outstanding fines and fees. But shortly after he arrived, he was arrested on the 3 outstanding warrants that you mentioned, which up until that point, he didn't know existed. And as you noted, those incidents were alleged to have happened in July of 2023 and November of 2023. And up until his arrest at the end of December, he hadn't had any contact with law enforcement during that period. We'd just note that the allegations in these cases, there's no injuries that are alleged in the police reports, and any sort of medical attention was refused in each of the incidents. Since Mr. Berniard's arrest, he has maintained his innocence. He did not have the opportunity to go to trial and obtain a not guilty verdict, as the state elected to refuse all of the charges last month in January in acknowledgement of the evidentiary issues associated with the cases. But after spending the past almost 4 months in jail, Mr. Berniard has had a lot of time to reflect on how he could have handled his breakup with the complainant better. It was a toxic relationship, which Mr. Berniard knows very well now. And he knows that when he's on parole, he cannot engage in toxic relationships. I think we heard a lot about his reflections in his statement earlier. And I think the sincerity in his reflections speaks for itself. I believe that the board is in receipt of the written release plan that Mr. Lars put together, as well as the screening action form from the DA's office indicating that the charges were refused, and 5 letters of support from his family and friends. We just note that I really truly believe that this release plan equips Mr. Berniard with the tools to better handle both relationships and conflict with others. Both the CATA program and really the wraparound services that our office and the First 72 will be able to provide are going to put him in a position to continue succeeding on parole. The housing that Mr. Lars mentioned has been maintained for Mr. Berniard. It's not housing that's shared in any way with the complainant, and is in totally separate areas of the city. It's in uptown New Orleans, and it's my understanding that she stays on the West Bank in Jefferson Parish. And outside of Mr. Berniard's arrest on the now refused charges, as we're all aware, he's behind on his parole fees. That's something that he's very aware of and eager to remedy. Upon his release, he'll be welcomed back to his job at Rouse's, where he'll be putting his earnings towards paying back those fees as soon as possible. We just want to emphasize the letter of support that we submitted from his manager at the meat department at Rouse's, Renee, which of course confirms that he still has his job, notes that Mr. Berniard is an outstanding employee, always willing and ready to do his job, and that while Mr. Berniard may have made a wrong decision to land himself in front of the board today, he hopes that a wrong decision doesn't make the board believe that that's who Mr. Berniard is. He described his high hopes for Mr. Berniard as someone who's eager to learn and contribute to his team, and also described the structure that working in this environment would provide to Mr. Berniard. In addition to his letter, I've also submitted letters from his aunt, who is a minister, Ms. Lily Curry, his brother, Michael Simmons, his mother, Melissa Simmons, and his friend, Mr. Sean Hayes, which all talk about Vincent's character and his eagerness to contribute to his community. Upon his release, he would also be welcomed home by 2 young children, a 5-year-old son, Jace, and a 9-year-old daughter, Alea, his parents, aunts, uncles, and siblings. So I would just very humbly ask that the board release Mr. Berniard back onto active parole and give him another chance to not only successfully complete his parole, but actively contribute to his community. Thank you.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote. I'll be voting first, Mr. Berniard. I like talking to you today. I like the things that you've had to say. I'm really glad you've had the time to reflect. My vote today, I think they've put together a really good plan for you. My vote today is going to be do not revoke, reprimand you, give you a formal reprimand, and add special conditions that you participate and comply with the program laid out by the Public Defender's Office through the CADA and First 72, and that you have no contact with Crystal Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you all pay?
Thank you.
Mrs. Ledoux?
So Vincent, that's going to be my vote as well. I do want to say one thing, Brian, in your presentation, you mentioned that there are programs that he can take advantage of. In his case, I would encourage that he must take advantage of those programs. And I know that's your intent as well. But I vote to do not revoke you and that you comply with the conditions of the CADA program.
Mr. Freeman?
Concur with my colleagues, and my vote is the same.
Okay, so good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Afternoon, sir.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Edmond CHAISSON. My number is 359145.
All right, sir, and I think you're represented by counsel. Would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, my name is Jeffrey Smith, and I am the attorney and have been the attorney for Edmond CHAISSON since his arrest.
Okay, thank you. And we also have your mother, Ms. Warren CHAISSON, who would like to speak, and we'll ask her to do so at the appropriate time. Is she with you, Mr. Smith?
Yes, she is sitting next to me at my office.
Okay, good. So, Mr. CHAISSON, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. I'm going to read the allegations against you. I'm going to ask you to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. We'll have a conversation about that. Then we'll hear, once we finish with our questions, we'll hear from your mother. You'll be allowed to make a statement, and then we're going to turn it over to Mr. Smith for his presentation before we vote. Okay? You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 4, and it states you engaged in criminal activity on August 16, 2023, when you committed the crimes of domestic abuse, aggravated assault in possession of a firearm, or carrying a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, as evidenced by your arrest by the NOPD August 28, 2023. On November 30th, 2023, you pled guilty to aggravated assault with a dangerous weapon and illegal carrying of a weapon. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay, then there's condition number 5. You had in your presence or control a firearm on or around August 16, 2023, when you committed the crimes of domestic abuse, aggravated assault in possession of a firearm, carrying of a concealed weapon by a convicted felon, as evidenced by your arrest by NOPD on August 28, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 5?
Not guilty.
All right, sir, you want to tell us what happened?
Me and my girlfriend had an argument. I gave her some money to purchase an automobile,
And when I went to purchase it, she was supposed to put the cash on the debit card. When I went to purchase the automobile, the debit card didn't work. When I brought it back to her, I mean, she just went ballistic on it. When I told her the money didn't clear, she went ballistic on it. At that time, I called my mother and I just left the scene. Now, prior to that, me and her been having, you know, we was on rocking conditions. But, you know, I mean, that was it. I left the scene.
Well, so you pled guilty to aggravated assault in carrying of an illegal weapon. What was the weapon?
There wasn't no weapon. I never got the weapon. I took the charge because due to my lawyer and the parole officer said, if I take a misdemeanor, I can go home. But I never got caught with a weapon.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't have pled because the information you were provided was inaccurate. So how long have you been in jail?
7 months.
7 months. And the complainant or the victim in this case is Samantha Massey?
Yes, my girlfriend.
And she claims you fired a couple of shots at her.
Right.
All right. I tell you what, I don't see any other questions, so we're going to hear from your mother, Mrs. Maureen Chasson. We'd like to hear from her now.
Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
I think I can clear up so much. The mother is to talk about in the event that he was put on parole, he would live with her. But I have so much more information about this case that I think is really important.
Right. Well, we'd like to hear from you then. Now's the time.
Okay. So this case, he was arrested. And in fact, I went to the home with the police because they had a search warrant to look for a weapon. No weapon was ever recovered. There's been no evidence of a weapon. When it reached Section L, right from the get-go, the DAs were trying to say that this was a very weak case, wouldn't give me the total information. So I went and talked to Pierre Hardnett, and I said to him, the state doesn't want to prosecute him for these charges. What can we do to resolve this as quickly as possible to get him home? Pierre Hardnett told me, and he won't deny it, he said, any felony conviction will get his parole revoked. Any A-N-Y, any misdemeanor, we will not revoke him. So I went to the judge, Judge Harris, I went to the DA, and I told them exactly what Pierre Hardnett told me. And they said, that's not a problem because we don't think we can really go forward with this case. We'll give you a misdemeanor. So I called Pierre Hardnett. I said, he's going to plead guilty to a misdemeanor. I asked him, does it matter what it is? He said, as long as it's not a felony. So, and I don't think he was doing this with any malintent. I think that's what he thought was the truth. So I went back to them and they said, we'll give him a $14.95, a possession of a firearm. That's it. And I told them he didn't have a firearm. And they said, well, if your information is correct, he'll stay on parole. The judge wants to give him probation. And I sent all of you, I emailed it to you, the actual plea, which was not really on the 30th. It happened 2 weeks later because the judge changed everything. So the judge said, I want to put him on probation 6 months, and I want him to do inactive probation, and I want him to do drug and alcohol treatment because I think he needs that. So everything was fine. We did the plea. She said, I want him to come back in 2 weeks so we can discuss his probation to see if he's enrolled in inpatient, outpatient, whatever we need to do. And everybody was left very happy with the situation. I called Pierre and told him, okay, I got the misdemeanor. It's done. When does he get out of jail? Pierre said it might be a few days. Then Pierre called me back and said, I'm sorry, Jeffrey, I had the wrong information. Apparently a misdemeanor would have been fine, but this was a gun. And so that's almost like a felony, and they want to do a parole hearing. And I was, I've been doing this 43 years and I've never had this happen to me before, but I felt terrible because I could have just gone to trial. And I think very confidently from what I've talked to the DA and the judge about, I could have waived a jury. He would have been found not guilty. But I told the judge right after this happened what happened. So the judge actually told me, well, what's the problem? I said, well, one of the problems is when he did the plea, he actually was asked, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? And so that could be used against him. And he never had the gun. So she said, file a motion to withdraw the plea. I then filed a motion to withdraw the plea. And you have the whole transcript in front of you. And then I went back. And if I'm looking right now, in fact, the plea was done on 11/30. And then I filed my motion to withdraw the plea. And we went back on 12/11. And on 12/11, he did a second plea. And I'm looking at the transcript on that. And in that case, the judge said, we're going to do the plea under Alford versus North Carolina, where it literally says, you're not pleading guilty because you are guilty. You're pleading guilty because it's in your best interest. And so it even started off with the judge said, we're going back, entering pleas to the same counts that you did last time. And then she talked about Alford, and she actually said, and you've had a conversation, this is the judge speaking, you've had a conversation with your attorney about conversations that he had with your parole officer. Is that correct? Yes. And it was your understanding that if you pled guilty to misdemeanors that you would not be revoked on your parole. Yes. And you're entering pleas of guilt to these charges because it's in your best interest. Yes. And it goes on and on where the judge keeps and she says on page 7, and on the new plea form, there is something that is written on the bottom. Did you write this? Yes. And in the bottom, it says, this plea is taken under North Carolina versus Alford. Mr. CHAISSON is not admitting guilt. He is pleading to 3 misdemeanors because his parole officer, Pierre Hardinet, told his attorney that it would be violated only for felony convictions and that this would be a technical violation, not resulting in revocation. The judgment factor relied on this information in requiring Mr. CHAISSON to enroll in an outpatient drug and alcohol program. And then did you sign that form? And the judge did say, just to be clear, no one assured you that you would not be violated on your parole if you enter the pleas today for the 3 misdemeanors. And, he said he understood that. And so the bottom line is he would never have pled guilty to anything had we thought his parole would be violated. And I what can I say? 43 years, I talked to parole officers, I don't know, hundreds of times, and this has never happened before. If Pierre had told me, Jeffrey, any misdemeanor involving a gun, then we would have just said, we're going to go to trial. And from my talks to the DA, eventually this case would have just been no pros. However, we wanted to get him in home. He has a job. His boss was keeping his job open for him. I sent a letter to you also, which you should have in front of you, from Damon Gibson. He's an electrician, and he has offered his same job as an electrician. This is the first time I can say in 43 years, I relied on the parole officer's information. Had he told me from the get-go, it never would have happened.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why didn't you let him withdraw his plea when you went back in December?
I did.
No, the judge told you at the end that he could be revoked, and he said he understood.
Because we all felt that the best thing to do was simply say that it was in his best interest to plead guilty, but not because he's guilty under Alford versus North Carolina. And if we would have waited and gone to trial, just telling you from my experience in the building, it might have been another year before we would have got to trial. It's just, I'm trying cases now that are 3 years old. So to get him home would have taken probably at least a year to have a trial. And so the fastest way we thought would be to just enter, and let me say this, the district attorney made every representation that the alleged victim did not want to testify, and I believe it's because she didn't want to perjure herself. I didn't make a big deal about it, but I didn't want her to have to go to jail for filing a false police report. They never found a gun. There was no evidence of, I never saw ballistics of a gun fired. I didn't see any of that. So, and when I offered the misdemeanor, they immediately, and if you look at the docket master, they jumped on it. They literally, and trust me, I do this every day I'm in that building. I know every judge, every prosecutor, had they thought that a weapon was used, they never would have so quickly offered a misdemeanor, and then had no objection to redoing it again, where he then officially said, I am not guilty. I'm pleading guilty because it's in my best interest.
Okay, Mr. Smith, thank you. We definitely hear your message, and I'm going to make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss confidential matters. All those details that you just mentioned to us were obviously a late submittal and just uploaded this morning to our records. I have not had time to look at them. So stand by, we'll be there in executive, well, I need a roll call executive session, so we're going to go in.
But can I just tell you one thing really quickly? I had emergency gallbladder. This all would have gotten to you last week.
I'm sorry, sir.
But I was
Mr.
operated
Smith,
on.
we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters.
Okey doke.
All right, we are back in regular session, and thanks for your indulgence. We had to have time to review the documents. Mr. Smith, Mr. Chasson, we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Freeman's going to be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Chasson, we're looking at the file. And I know there was a lot of stuff that went on between the probation officer, your lawyer, the judge. But the final thing the judge tells you is that these counts can be used against you for your revocation. That's the final thing he said. When he said that, your head should have picked up because you pled to some charges, which we cannot ignore. They're violent misdemeanors, and I choose to revoke it this time.
Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Chasson, looking at the total package of your time on supervision, I wasn't pleased with not seeing some things that you were mandated to do by the parole board. That's not the reason for my vote today, but I just want to make sure that you know that there were things you were supposed to be doing. But the police report gave me concrete evidence that that you have violated your conditions. My vote today is to revoke.
All right, Mr. Chasson, and I do concur with my colleagues based on the information contained in the police report. My vote today is to revoke your parole. All right, sir, we wish you well. We'll send you information on how you can apply for re-parole and instructions on how to do that. Mr. Porter, you're back. All right, they got you on mute. Do you know how to unmute that screen? You're gonna have to get somebody. Yeah, go get them. All right, there you go. Now we can hear you. So, Mr. Porter, why don't you tell us again, what's your name and DOC number?
My name is Johnny Porter. My DOC number is 2637.
Okay, and you have counsel with you this afternoon. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, and good afternoon. My name is Sarah Wood, and I'm with the Orleans Public Defender's Office. I've had the pleasure of representing Mr. Porter for the past 6.5 months now.
Okay, good deal. And we also have, again, Mr. Brian Lars, also with the Public Defender's Office. Mr. Porter, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole. I'm going to read the allegations against you, and then you'll enter a plea of guilty or, guilty or not guilty. Mrs. Ledoux will have start the questioning. When we finish with our questions, we'd like to hear from Mr. Lars. I'm sure he's worked out a plan for you. You can make a statement before we turn it over to Ms. Wood for her presentation. Okay, ready? All right, you're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 3. And it says, you failed to provide New Orleans Police probation and parole with a valid address. You were last seen April 28, 2023 at the Low Barrier Shelter. You then left the shelter and your whereabouts were unknown. You were arrested August 21st, 2023 by the Houston Police Department on the parole warrant and were extradited back to Orleans Parish Prison and booked for failure to register as a sex offender. How do you plead to violation of condition number 3?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay, guilty with a statement. Condition number 4, you failed to report to the New Orleans Police Department for periodic sex offender registration and notification purposes. New Orleans Police Department booked you on September 5th, 2023 for failure to register as a sex offender. On November 29th, 2023, you pled guilty to the amended charge of sex offender, failed to pay annual registration fees, and sentenced to 6 months in the Orleans Parish Prison. 3 months was suspended and 3 months at the Orleans Parish Prison. And then you had 1 year of inactive probation. So how do you plead the violation of condition number 4?
Guilty with a statement.
Okay, thank you. Condition number 9, you failed to provide New Orleans probation and parole with a valid address and your whereabouts were unknown until your new arrest. How do you plead to violation to condition number 9?
I am as well, guilty with a statement.
Okay, good. Lastly, condition number 10, you failed to pay the parole supervision fees and you're currently $1,953 in arrears. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty with a statement as well.
Thank you. Would you answer Mrs. Ledoux, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Porter. Why don't we go ahead and let you make your statement about all of these, because you have a story I think you want to say, and let's go ahead and take care of that first before I ask any questions.
Okay, thank you. With all due respect, I'm not here to make excuses. I'm, in fact, willing to take full responsibility for my actions. I realized that I violated the conditions of my parole. The fact and truth of the matter is that this is the thing that led me to that point. I was in an automobile accident last year, and throughout the results from the automobile accident, I sustained a broken left hip. I have rods and screws in my hip. They were broken, and they were supposed to schedule me for surgery. But they didn't admit me in the hospital. They saw me, examined me, and they released me. They wasn't giving me anything to help me with the pain. So eventually I ended up turning to illegal drugs, which I know is wrong. I understand that. But that was the only source of relief I could get. In an event, when that happened, I ended up unfortunately becoming real addicted to the heroin. All right. And now I'm dealing with two issues. My broken health and my addiction. So what I did try to seek help for my addiction. I made an attempt to go to several inpatient or drug rehabilitation programs here, but I was turned away for various reasons. Some wouldn't accept me because of my will, me being in a wheelchair. Others wouldn't accept me because I'm an ex-sex offender. Others wouldn't accept me because I'm on paper, on parole. All right. So I didn't know what else to do. And I was afraid that this is the truth. I was afraid if I would call my PO and told him what I was dealing with, he was gonna lock me back up. I had just come home from serving a 20-year sentence for a simple theft. All right, I did 20 years, day for day. But I've been dealing with this addiction since I was 16 or 17, and I'm 59 now. So we're looking at 40-something years on and on. I was doing relatively well up until I got into this car accident, like I said. And once I realized that I was addicted again, now I got to deal with this problem. So I didn't know what else to do. And by me being turned away from several places that I tried to seek help, the only other alternative I could think of at the time was to try to seek help elsewhere. So that led me to leave town. And I left and went to Houston. While I was in Houston, I was forced to go to the hospitals up here. They had admitted me. They was about to perform the operation. But when they ran my name, it seemed that I was from Louisiana and that they had a warrant out for me. So that's how I get to be extradited back here. All right. Like I said, I've been dealing with this addiction, and this addiction is so strong, I can't deal with it on my own. What I'm here for, and I'm hoping and praying to God that this is my last stop. I'm willing to throw myself at the mercy of the board and ask that you guys please take into consideration helping me seek the help that I've so rightfully been needing for so long. I need professional drug treatment. It takes a person with more than a lot of courage, and I'm not just saying it because it's myself. I mean, just think about it. Most people in my situation wouldn't even have the courage to come forward and ask for help. I am asking for it. No matter however long it takes, whatever it takes, because I do firmly believe that God has more than this for my life. I mean, I don't feel that I have a purpose here, and I don't think my purpose here is to be addicted to drugs and live the rest of my life addicted to drugs. So, like I said, I'm hoping that you guys can help me by recommending some type of program or whatever it may take. And let me stress one last thing. My full term date on my parole is December 27th of 2025. That's the end of next year. Sending me back to prison right now won't solve the problem when we really look at it. Because guess what? That 1 year won't pass by so fast. And I'm still be left dealing with having to deal with this problem. I need help. And this is what I'm asking and praying and begging that please with you guys, somehow please take into consideration what I'm saying and help me get the help that I so rightfully is moment in need. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Mr. Porter, when you were at the low barrier shelter, heard that you were doing well according to your probation officer. I mean, they would go, parole officer, they would go and you were there, they could check on you. Were you using at that time?
No, I wasn't.
So when did you actually start using? When you left the shelter?
No, I started using right before I left the shelter. I had an accident while I was at the shelter, right? I got in a car accident while I was at the shelter. That happened like around April, somewhere around there last year, because I left town May the 1st or May the 2nd. So I had been dealing with this whole ordeal for like about 3-4 weeks before I left, prior to leaving.
Well, it surprised the shelter staff that you left, that was not what they expected to see. How did you physically get to Houston?
I had got a few handouts, you know, a few dollars from here and there, and I was able to pay for a bus.
Right. You were able to pay for the bus. Okay. Did your leaving the shelter have anything to do with the fact that you were not going to be able to pay for your sex offender registration fees?
No, ma'am, because I hadn't started receiving my disability until the later part of last year anyway. So before I could even make a payment, this happened.
So you failed to register.
Yes, ma'am. See, I was scheduled to go into the sheriff's department, right, and register. But before I could actually go, that's when this happened.
So you got re-addicted to drugs before you went. So you have to get
plan what I should have been doing. Yes, ma'am.
When you say, okay, so you were actually incarcerated in DOC custody, not just a jail. Did you take, I know you took Cage of Rage and pre-release, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You earned 390 days. Did you take any substance abuse classes? That has a small component, I know, in pre-release, but did you take other substance?
I had took Cage of Rage, living in balance, anger management, pre-release, substance abuse, and parents. I had like 6 or 7 certificates.
Yeah. So you're saying that the return to addiction was because of an automobile accident? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, because all before the accident, I was clean.
So you were actually granted parole in 2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that accident happen?
The accident happened last year.
So for 3 years you were?
I was great. I was drug free. It just happened last year.
I'll wait to hear from those speaking on your behalf.
All right, Mr. Porter, so how are you dealing with your addiction since you've been incarcerated?
Well, there was given me what they call Suboxone. That's an opiate. That's only to help subside the pain to a certain degree, but they only give it to you for a certain length of time. Now it has discontinued. But what I need is this other medication that's called I can't think of the name of it, but they only distribute this at the facility. They don't give you that in the local parish units.
Talking about Vivitrol?
No, not that one. It's started with a D. I can't think of the name of it.
Okay.
But
All right. That's okay. We'd like to hear from Mr. Lars. Mr. Lars?
Yes, good evening again, board. Brian Lars, social worker with the Orleans Public Defender's Office. Ever since Johnny was assigned to my caseload, you know, I've been paying special attention. Really, Johnny has had a very hard life. You know, he grew up in a Melpomene housing project in New Orleans, and was exposed to lots of trauma and drugs and all kind of dysfunctional behavior. And it, just as he said, you know, he started using heroin at the age of 16. Not only that, Johnny has a diagnosis of osteogenesis imperfecta. It's a bone disease. He had this. He was born with this disease. As you can see, he uses a wheelchair to ambulate. So he's dealt with pain his entire life. You know, this disease is characterized by fragile or brittle bones, and he's had several bone breaks throughout his life as a young kid. He's dealt with a whole lot. And like you said, he associated, he associated his substance use, to self-medicate things. And he also, let me just say this here, he expressed the embarrassment related to his sex offender history and pain related issues with his disease for making that inappropriate decision to leave. So those are some very important contributing factors to him absconding. But to me, as a social worker, I look at how the system has kind of failed him, and so I put my very best effort to put some things in place to assist Johnny, because it's really a sad situation. Like you said, he spent 20 years in prison for misdemeanor. He spent 20 years of his life in prison. So one of the main things that I want to address was the substance use. We know that he has to address the substance use in order for anything to get better. So I have referred him to LARC Recovery. It's a program, and you should have correspondence confirming his acceptance into LARC. But also, Johnny is also willing to go to Don Francois, which is a treatment center ran by the Department of Correction, which is a little bit longer stay. He's willing to go the extra mile. And after being released from treatment, I'm making a special attempt. Well, I will be connecting him with a 12-step fellowship where he can attend 90 meetings in 90 days, get an experienced sponsor, and work the 12 steps. I also confirm with staff at the Low Barrier Shelter that he can return it because he was doing great there. I have other clients who also stay there who are in similar situations as Mr. Porter. So he can return back to the Low Barrier Shelter. I'm also going to make sure that he is referred to primary care doctor to promote good health and well-being. And once he get out, again, I'll be actively case managing Johnny, helping him to get his check reestablished. And I also work with so many people over the past years who are required to register as sex offenders, and have a great relationship with the officers at the NOPD sex offender unit. So, it means a lot to me I want to help him to get his life together. He deserves it. He's 59 years old. And, I've met with him on several occasions at OJC, and I feel that he's very motivated to get his life together and get back on track. And I just want to be a part of that change process. That's all I have. Thank you.
I just want to, in all due respect, sir, he is a fourth felony offender, so he spent 20 years. It wasn't just a misdemeanor that caused him to spend 20 years in. So,
the last conviction was a misdemeanor conviction.
As a habitual, that's right.
Yeah, and so he was sentenced under that habitual offenders law. So it was just a misdemeanor that promoted the 20 years. It was a death charge of $300 or less.
$260. Doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
So let me ask Mr. Porter before we turn it over to Ms. Wood. Mr. Porter, you were referred by the parole board to the Steve Hoyle program, and they didn't accept you there because of your medical problems. But I think you were referred then to the STAR program at DCI.
No.
Did you ever get to go to that program?
No. What they said was the Steve Harvey program that they run over at DCI wouldn't accept me because I'm on paper. They don't accept people that's on parole or probation.
Okay, I understand. Okay, all right. Ms. Wood, would you like to do your presentation now?
Yes, I would. And thank you again for taking the time to listen to us today and hear a little bit about Mr. Porter. I am going to echo much of what my colleague, Mr. Lars, has already said along with Mr. Porter. I want to start, though, by talking a little bit about Mr. Porter's perseverance and how he has recognized some of his issues early on and from the get-go has tried to, with his physical limitations, remedy them the best that he can. I can't say this for all of my clients, but I will never forget the first time I met Mr. Porter after he was just booked into the jail here in Orleans Parish. He told me from the get-go, I have a problem with drugs and I need help. And from that day, Mr. Porter has worked with myself and Mr. Lars to come up with a plan to really address that at the root. And I know that you all have a copy of the plan that we submitted, but I think that, you know, this isn't just something that we're presenting in the hopes to avoid a bad outcome. This is really driven by Mr. Porter and his internal recognition that he needs help with his addiction, and that is what we're requesting. As it relates to Mr. Porter's registration, he is required to register as a tier 3, meaning normally he's required to register every 90 days. But because he is unhoused, he actually has to provide additional information every 2 weeks. From the time that Mr. Porter got out of DOC, from the time that this warrant was issued for failing to register, Mr. Porter was fully compliant. He was sober, he was doing everything he needed, he got back on track with his disability. His addiction reared its head again after he was in that accident. And I think with the proper resources, with the proper support, Mr. Porter can remedy that to go on and live a sober and law-abiding life. I think it's quite remarkable that Mr. Porter has been able to keep up with his registration requirements in that 3-year period, because they are much stronger. There's much more that he has to do as a tier 3 and being unhoused, when it's also even more difficult to keep up with that, given that he is wheelchair bound and often struggles with homelessness. Again, Mr. Lars has worked with Mr. Porter to develop a program that not only puts him in an intensive inpatient treatment program, either at LARC or through Don Francois, but our office is committed to working with Mr. Porter in the long term to ensure that he gets continued community support and outpatient treatment once he completes either one of those programs. And given that, we hope that this board will recognize the difficulties that Mr. Porter has, recognize his honesty and seeing his own issues and that he needs help for that, and that this board will give him a chance to ensure he gets the treatment that he needs so he can continue to live that law-abiding, sober life.
Ask you a question, ma'am?
Yeah, of course.
When was the sex offense committed? Do you know?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, do you know about what year it was
I
committed?
have the conviction date, but I don't have like when he was actually charged with it.
I know.
What he said?
93.
93, yes.
It
So
looks
he was-
old. I mean, I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it, but I saw where he was incarcerated in 90.
It was over 30 years.
How old were you?
I said, it's been over 30 years.
Yeah, I know, but how old were you when you got arrested for that?
I think I was in my early 20s.
Early 20s.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. I need to know if it's, I want to ask for an executive session. We need to discuss some confidential matters.
Roll call, Cheryl Renalson.
Yes.
Keith Freeman.
I'll second and yes.
Okay, Jerry.
Yes. Okay, we'll be in executive session for just a few moments to discuss confidential matters.
All right.
All right, Mr. Porter, we're back in regular session. Yes, and we are ready to vote, and Mrs. Ledoux will be voting first.
Thank you for being patient with us. We're really truly trying to work out what's absolutely best for you. Mr. Porter, I applaud you and commend you for being where you are and asking for the help you need. And so that's what we're going to be doing. Today, I vote that in lieu of revocation, that you go to a substance abuse program, and it's going to be the state STAR program, State Targeted Response to Opioid Addiction. So we're going to put you in that specific program for substance abuse until they feel like it is time for you to be released.
Okay, what's the name of the program again?
It's a
STAR. Just remember STAR. ST. Yes, sir. STAR.
And that'll be for a maximum of 6 months.
No more than
That's
6
the most, no more than 6 months.
Okay.
And then addition would be that you follow with the program wraparound services through the public defender's office.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Freeman.
I agree.
And my vote is also the same, Mr. Porter. Thank you for asking for the help, and we want to get you the help that you know you need.
God bless y'all soul. Oh, y'all don't know how much of a relief this is. I prayed so hard.
All right.
And God does answer prayers.
And when you finish with that program, you got to get involved with Mr. Lars and follow that program, okay?
I won't let you guys down. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, we wish you well. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, DOC number.
My name is Norville T, 368652, my DOC number.
Would you repeat that DOC number one more time?
368652.
Okay, that's what I got. Good, thank you. And you have counsel with you today. Counsel, would you introduce yourself, please?
You're great. Role 20 student practitioner with Loyola Law. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You broke up on us.
Oh, sure. My name is Renee Pellegrino. I'm a Rule 20 student practitioner with Loyola University College of Law.
Okay, great, thank you. We have some other guests who are also with us. First, I'll introduce those who've indicated they'd like to speak on your behalf. Mr. TREPAGNIER, Denise, your mother, Dwayne, peer support specialist, and Amanda, Amanda. I'll let her introduce herself. I can't pronounce her last name. We'll call on them at the appropriate time. We also have Tyrone Smith with the first 72, Ms. Grace Bronson, the supervising attorney, Zeke Wiltz, your fiance, Andriana Love, and Anthony Hingle, and as well as another supervisor, Judson Mitchell. Thank y'all for being here today. First, Mr. TREPAGNIER, how do you pronounce your last name again? TREPAGNIER. Okay, I'm going to read the allegations against you, and after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. After that, we'll have some questions that'll be led by Mr. Freeman. Once we finish with our questions, we'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. Then we'll ask you if you have a statement before we turn it over to Ms. Pellegrino for closeout for us, okay?
Okay.
You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 3. In May 2022, it was reported that you were living in New Orleans. You failed to update your parole officer on 2 occasions of your current address. It was discovered you were living in Slidell, and a transfer was submitted, but found you were no longer living there. You failed to update your parole officer with a current address, so you absconded supervision. How do you plead to violating condition number 3?
I plead guilty.
Condition number 4, you were arrested by New Orleans Police Department November 2nd, 2022 for possession of drug paraphernalia, armed robbery, illegal possession of stolen things, possession of heroin, attempted auto theft, and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. On May 22nd, 2023, you pled guilty to 4 counts of theft under $750, 2 counts of criminal trespass, all which were misdemeanors. You received 6 6-month prison sentences to run consecutively. How do you plead to violating condition number 4?
I plead guilty to the misdemeanor.
All right, condition number 8. You were ordered by the parole board to enroll in and complete the day reporting center program for substance abuse treatment. You failed to complete the program when you were discharged in May of 2022. How do you plead to violating condition number 8?
I plead guilty to that too.
Condition number 9, in May 2022, you were living in New Orleans and on 2 occasions failed to update your parole agent. It was found you were living in Slidell. A transfer was submitted and found that you were no longer living there. Again, you failed to update your agent of any changes with your current address. You absconded supervision. How do you plead to violating condition number 9? And we have condition number 10. You failed to pay supervision fees and are currently $2,648 in arrears, having never made a payment. How do you plead to violating condition number 10? Okay. Would you answer Mr. Freeman's questions, please?
Norville, tell me what was going on at the time. Why were you stealing this wire from dumpsters? I mean, I know it's for the copper, but What was that all about? What led you to doing that?
Well, I was released in 2019 on parole from Angola from serving 23 years. And I was in compliance with my parole officer. I was seeing her twice, once a month personally, once a week on video, and she would pop up at the house for house visits at my house in Metairie. And I had 2 jobs, and I was complying with my parole officer. I had an early morning job working at Richard's Disposal, and I had an evening job working part-time at a bar and grill restaurant in Bedford also. And COVID-19 hit, and the bar and grill laid everybody off because they went out of business because they wasn't getting customers to come out and.
Yeah, I read all of that. Okay. So why did you steal the copper? You needed money?
Yeah, I got in a car accident and I prescribed opiate medication, not knowing, and I got addicted to heroin.
Got back hooked on drugs, correct?
Huh?
You got back hooked on drugs, heroin. Okay, back in 12 of 2020, you admitted to your probation officer that you used heroin, and which is good. You admitted and you said you needed help. Well, she tried to get you help, but you didn't go.
I did go. I went to the Ox house for detox, and I went to the 28-day program, and they were supposed to send me to another place after that, but they just sent me home to outpatient treatment.
Okay. All right. Well, let me ask you this. You came before the board, and we also ordered on 3/16/22 that you go to New Orleans Day Reporting Center for alcohol and drugs. Did you ever show up there? You went one day, huh? Or 1 week?
No, I was complying with going to the Days Report Center until, my mom was living across the river. My mom apartment, her landlord was sick, and he was about to pass away, and his family was selling his property. So that's when me and my mama moved from across the river to Slidell.
Okay. Mr. Norvell, also, you had an ex-girlfriend that stated that she had to kick you out because you could not quit using drugs back in 21. So you got a bad drug problem.
That's when I became homeless.
And what's interesting, not interesting, but you're backing a ton of time, not no little bit of time, a bunch of time. Yet you had 3 different chances and you never made it. But tell me, why should I believe you're gonna make it this time?
Because I've been in here for 15 months, totally sober, and I've been participating in Metropolitan, learning more about my sickness and how to stay clean. I never had the opportunity to work the programs. I just got information about the program, never was able to actually be in a sober environment, like a long-term sober environment. And I just.
Right. And you do admit that you did move on 2 occasions?
Yes, sir.
Had to, okay. Failed to update you. Yeah. And about your fees, I mean, I'm not gonna harp into that too much. I guess it was just your situation that you couldn't afford them? Or what?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any effort to pay them at all? Like, pay
Yeah,
any?
I have paid some of the fees.
Some of the fees have been paid. Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Mr. Monkey.
All right, so let's hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, we'd like to hear from your mother. You're on mute. Your microphone's on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
I am Denise Trepagnier, Norvelle Trepagnier's mother. I have seen my son struggle trying to get off the drugs, and not very successfully from time to time. However, at this time, I see his determination and his desire to be clean and sober. I'd like to see him be able to push forward with that can-do attitude that he has now, that confidence. And I believe with that confidence, he will remain sober.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you. Let's see, Mr. Dwayne Parker, could we hear from you, please? You have Mr. Parker with us? Buzz on, it seems like he either logged out or lost connection. How about Miss Amanda?
All right, Amanda.
Go ahead. Tell us your last name.
Sure, it's Tonkovich, kind of like the toy, a Tonka truck.
Oh, well, thank you. We'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you all so much. So my name's Amanda Tonkovich. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, a board-approved clinical social worker in the state of Louisiana, and I've spent well over a decade working with survivors of trauma and people who use substance abuse, providing psychotherapy, counseling, treatment planning, all of that kind of stuff. And then I spent about 10 years directing a program that works with victims of violence, of interpersonal violence, and I'm currently with a program called Beyond Harm, where we work with people who have actually engaged in interpersonal violence and help them through a healing and accountability process. So I was able to conduct a mental health assessment with Norvell on March 11th. And I think, you know, big takeaway based on my professional assessment, I believe that Norvell will be highly successful on parole with the right supports. And one of those supports includes some trauma-focused therapy, as well as the substance abuse treatment. And luckily, my understanding is that is already part of his reentry plan. So I think he has a good support system to be successful. I'm not going to go into all of the trauma history, but I conducted a couple assessments, one of them being the Adverse Childhood Experiences, or ACEs. And the ACEs assessment looks at basically traumatic experiences in childhood that are known to lead to negative, like social and health consequences. And from my assessment, Norvell has, you know, an incredibly high ACEs score, which means that he's scores higher on the trauma that he's experienced early in life before the ages of 18, higher than probably about 90% of the population. So he's in the top 10%. And when we look at these studies, we see that people who've experienced these large amounts of trauma are much more likely to cope by using substances, experience anxiety, depression, a lot of, you know, different mental health things. You know, again, not going to go through the whole trauma history in the interest of time, but, you know, he's been a victim of gun violence himself at the age of 13, which was, you know, a turning point for him. He's witnessed firsthand a lot of death, trauma, people close to him being abused, where he's actually had to step in and be the protector for them at a very young age. And then, you know, was just dropped out of school at the age of 12 and was introduced, you know, to to substances, to drugs, to violence, to things that, you know, were just, he was exposed to early in life, and fell into harder addiction, you know, around the age of 17 or 18, until he became incarcerated at the age of 21. So, again, I think there's just this really well-documented link between trauma and addiction. I see it all the time with the clients I've served. It's, you know, it's a, when you don't get proper treatment, which he has never had the opportunity to get, you know, like he just stated, just a time to really be focused and also to deal with that past trauma through therapy, not just the substance. You know, we see this link. You're trying to deal with this unmanageable pain and suffering, you know, and things that are just too overwhelming for your normal systems of coping. In my current assessment with him, you know, he definitely suffers from what we call post-traumatic stress disorder. So again, symptoms that have to do with folks who have dealt with a lot of trauma, including, you know, nightmares, disturbed thoughts, restlessness, excessive fatigue, you know, trouble concentrating, engaging in self-destructive behaviors. So again, which clinically we see all the time, it is absolutely treatable. And again, he just really needs the right support. And then lastly, I'd just like to say, which I think echoes what his mom said. One thing that really stood out to him is a really high motivation to change and a readiness to like face his past trauma, which in our field is something we look at when we are, you know, are looking at how successful someone might be. So what I saw for him, again, is a high motivation for change, really an ability to recognize and take accountability for his past harms. You know, he didn't shy away from that. His capacity to talk about his traumas, and just having a really good insight into his own trajectory, and also the risk factors around what will bring him back to substance use and how he can avoid that. So those are all really good predictors of success. So again, my recommendation is, you know, I think with access to trauma therapy, substance abuse treatment, and community support, I think he can be really successful and, you know, use his current motivation as his current sobriety, build on that, and, you know, be able to really thrive. So appreciate y'all time.
Thank you. I appreciate your, did Mr. Parker sign back in? No, we lost him. Okay. Norvell, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we turn it over to Ms. Pellegrino?
I just ask that this board take it into consideration and hear my cries to change. And I appreciate everything the honorable board has done for me.
All right, thank you. Ms. Pellegrino.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Renat, Ms. Ledoux, and Mr. Freeman. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. I've had the pleasure of representing Norvell since October of this year. I'm sorry, not of 2023. This year being my school semester, I apologize. From the beginning of meeting him, he has been nothing but open and honest, with complete candor about his substance abuse, about his need and for treatment, and his wanting and desire to face these challenges. Which has made it a great pleasure to be able to represent him and to be able to build the team that we have in front of you today. He has plenty of family and support, and I would like to put on the record that his sisters, Janara LeBlanc and Selena Sykes, who wanted to be on Zoom, were unable to because of technical difficulties, plus numerous other people who are attending on YouTube right now. We have created, and a lot of this with like Norvell's insight, a robust reentry plan that includes him going and not going directly home to his family, but instead to a transitional housing facility in St. Bernard Parish. It's called Keep It Real Ministries. They focus on substance abuse, counseling, and mentorship. Norvell would, at his request, once again, would like to be in this housing and in this program before he and while in that process, also able to take advantage of wraparound services through CAITA, Substance Abuse, First 72, and the RISE Collective. As of this morning, Norvell has received a job with fleur-de-lis janitorial systems. A condition of this job that they place on all of their employees is mandatory drug testing, and they have a zero tolerance policy for people who test positive. With that said, because of the amount of time that Norville is facing with the release, if he is revoked, he would be released in 2095. We would ask that this board take a strong look at the man who is sitting in front of you today, because he is not the same man who was sitting in front of you in 2019 when you gave him a second chance. He is a man who can fully admit to his mistakes. He sees what he has done. He knows his challenges. Before, in 2019, he was not able to fully admit and take advantage of his family and the community that he does have around him today. And with that said, thank you.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
What happened to the armed robbery charge, and what was the allegations of that charge?
Absolutely. Yes, in 2022, Norville was arrested along with a group of other people. It was in a drug house. He was at this point deep in the throes of his addiction. His memory is very spotty at best with this situation. But upon further investigation from NOPD and the district attorney, they refused all the charges and null-prossed everything against. These were false arrests. And so Norville was not held accountable for anything, that he just happened to be in that group of people that were arrested. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No,
Can we go to executive
yeah,
session?
we have a motion for executive session.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Okay, so roll call, Cheryl Renalson.
Yes.
Pete Freeman.
Yes.
Jerry Lou.
Yes.
So we'll be in executive session for just a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Stand by. All right, we're back in regular session. Norvell, we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Norvell, first off, you know, your attorney said you would have to do to 95 if you revoke. You would come back up for parole. You are parole eligible. So was it, what, a year he could reapply? So anyway, you would be able to reapply, but the bottom line is that we've given you 3 separate chances to try to kick these drugs. Hadn't been done yet, so we're gonna try to get you some treatment inside. So my order is to revoke with a recommendation that he go to C.
Mrs. Wood.
I want for the record to note that I do appreciate all of the opportunities of support that you've been given. I think that you need to be encouraged by people who have confidence in your ability to kick the addiction and do well in society. At this time, my vote is to revoke and encourage you strongly to write back, and I am going to ask that you are placed in some programming, and you can write back shortly.
All right, Norvell, we're trying to get you the help that you need. My vote today also is to revoke with the recommendation that you be afforded the substance abuse treatment. We'll send you information on when you can reapply for parole and how to do that. I do believe it's a year from today you'll be able to do that. So when you get to a DOC facility, because we're going to ask that you be moved to DOC so you can have that programming, you ask for the programming. Actively seek it and actively participate and write back when you're eligible to do so. Your representatives did a very good job today in trying to set out a plan for you, and we hope that in a year's time, you'll be able to take advantage of the plan that they've worked for you. All right, but you got some work to do. Right? Good luck to you. Thank y'all for your work and your participation today. We do appreciate the work you do. We're done. We're gonna adjourn. The time is 3:08 p.m. Thank you.